Chapter 1822. The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened their eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with ridicule. Jiang Chen, your action is ridiculous. If you can break this layer of defense of mine, wouldn't the illustrious reputation of great sovereign Batian be in vain? After that, the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes again and fell into a state of cultivation. Jiang Chen gently wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, then kept the heavenly saint's sword and his dragon form. Although he wanted to cause damage to the northern and southern dynasties, even if he could only affect their minds, Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Just like what the northern and southern dynasties had said, that layer of defense was just too terrifying. If he could break it so easily, he wouldn't be great sovereign Batian. At the same time, Jiang Chen was shocked by the strength of a great sovereign. Given his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he could even kill an intermediate immortal venerable if he transformed into his dragon form. He could even put up a fight against an ordinary late immortal venerable. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to attack. However, such a powerful force couldn't even break the layer of defense laid out by the great sovereign. This showed how terrifying the great sovereign was. No wonder he was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Once the northern and southern dynasties merge successfully, the consequences will be unimaginable. It will be the end of the world for everyone in this spatial zone. Now, I can only pray that Xueqi can wake up with the help of the Nine Profound Heart as soon as possible. Currently, only Xueqi can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He was afraid that no one was a match for the northern and southern dynasties except for Yan Chenyu, not even the half-step sovereign outside. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties had already reached the immortal venerable realm. If they merged with the body of a great sovereign, Jiang Chen estimated that the cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties would at least reach the peerless venerable realm, which was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Additionally, the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had comprehended the great sovereign law. Even if they weren't a half-step sovereign, they could still kill a half-step sovereign. Apart from that, the northern and southern dynasties would be in possession of the most terrifying monarch sword, a peerless sovereign weapon. Who could resist it? Even Xiao Wangqing would only face death? Jiang Chen left the area. What he could do now was to wait, hoping that Yan Chenyu would wake up before Nan Bei Chao. At least, she couldn't wake up before Nan Bei Chao. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh! Just then, a late immortal venerable elder came to Jiang Chen's side with a ferocious smile and said to Jiang Chen, "Kid, hand over the treasure that you used to absorb the magma and I can spare your life." Jiang Chen darted a cold glance at the elder. There was no lack of people like this who would take advantage of the situation. Jiang Chen knew that the performance of the Zulong Tower had already attracted the attention of these experts. So it was normal for them to be greedy. In the immortal world, the weak were prey to the strong. "Old man, you'd better think about what you're doing." Jiang Chen spoke lung. He was in a very bad mood. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen would have to run away if he encountered a late immortal venerable. But now, he didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. Moreover, this elder had just advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. Jiang Chen could fight him with all his strength. He didn't even need to use the Great Void technique to escape. Humph! What an arrogant kid. You're able to enter the great sovereign's area without dying and absorb the energy of the magma inside. It must be because of the rare treasure in your hand. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As long as you hand it over, I'll spare you. The elder harumphed coldly. With his powerful cultivation base, he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Chen. Furthermore, he was planning to snatch the Nine Profound Heart from Jiang Chen when he came out. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would give the Nine Profound Heart to the immortal burying coffin, causing his plan to fail. However, he was very tempted by the treasure in Jiang Chen's hand that could absorb the energy of the magma. He hadn't found any decent treasure in the remains of a great sovereign. Now that he had finally found one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Pah! All of a sudden, a loud slap landed on the elder's face. The slap sent the late immortal venerable elder flying dozens of meters away. His teeth and blood spurted out from his mouth. Bastard! The old man was flustered and exasperated. Unfortunately, before he could finish cursing, he had already seen the person who had attacked. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. A gray-robed elder appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was this gray-robed elder who slapped Jiang Chen. He was the only half-step sovereign on the scene. "How dare you snatch my treasure in front of me?" The elder Lang Lang spoke, unleashing the chi of a half-step sovereign. The terrifying pressure made the elder kneel on the ground with a puff. "Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life." The elder was terrified. No matter how greedy he was still afraid of death. Offending a half-step sovereign was no different from courting death. Scram! The gray-robed elder bellowed. The terrifying sound wave sent the immortal venerable flying hundreds of meters away, causing him to spurt out blood. "Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life." The immortal venerable elder scrambled to his feet and flew away. He finally understood a fact. In front of a half-step sovereign, he wouldn't even get a chance to rob. Who wouldn't covet the treasures in Jiang Chen's hands? In his point of view, the reason why the half-step sovereign attacked him was to rob the treasures in Jiang Chen's hands. That was equivalent to him fighting a half-step sovereign for the treasures in Jiang Chen's hands. "Humph! Still want to leave?" Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He would never give his enemies any chance. This immortal venerable intended to rob him and even wanted his life. Jiang Chen would never be polite to such an enemy. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he transformed into his dragon form and used the Great Void technique to catch up with the fleeing elder. Then, he thrust out the Heavenly Saint's sword and pierced through the elder's head. You! The immortal venerable stared at Jiang Chen with widened eyes, feeling the life force in his body fading away. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't have thought that he would die in the hands of an immortal emperor in the remains of a great sovereign. Pucci. Chapter 1823. Hua, however, such a scene set off another wave of shock. Everyone gaped at the scene, including the half-step sovereign elder. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Chen. My God! This young man is too terrifying. How is it possible for a late immortal emperor to kill a late immortal venerable with a single strike? What a terrifying bastard. Even though that expert was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, he was still a late immortal venerable expert. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's impossible for him to be killed by an immortal emperor. Also, did you all see that? That expert didn't even have the chance to resist when he died. That Jiang Chen's speed is just too fast. Incredible. I can see the murderous energy that he unleashed instantly. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert isn't a match for him. That bastard was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, which is why he died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. He's indeed a monstrous genius who could destroy a great sovereign's restriction. His strength can't be measured by common sense. Heaven Sovereign's eyesight sure is sharp. Even the peerless geniuses of the immortal court can't be compared to him. Plus, this man is decisive and merciless. I have already spared that immortal venerable's life, but he still killed him. In the immortal world, only such a ferocious man can truly rise. No one could keep their calm anymore. The half-step sovereign elder's eyes were filled with surprise when he looked at Jiang Chen. If his attitude towards Jiang Chen wasn't very good in the beginning, everything had changed now. He even began to believe what Heaven's Sovereign had told him. Given the current situation that Heaven's Sovereign was facing, he was afraid that only a man like Jiang Chen could truly help Heaven's Sovereign. After killing the elder, Jiang Chen returned to his original spot, clasped his fists at the half-step sovereign and said, "Thank you for your help." Jiang Chen had always been a person who understood right from wrong. Since this person had taken the initiative to help him, it was only right for him to express his gratitude. More importantly, Jiang Chen didn't sense any malice from this quasi-emperor, and there wasn't any greed in his eyes. Jiang Chen's perception was very sharp. If this half-emperor was helping him out of other intentions, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to sense it. Jiang Chen could also sense that this half-emperor had no ill intentions towards him. Your name is Jiang Chen, right? The gray-robed elder asked with a smile. Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen was not surprised that the elder knew his name. Previously, when he spoke to the northern and southern dynasties, the elder had called out his name more than once, so it was normal for others to know his name. I'm Han Feng from the immortal court of the Feng Qi immortal domain. May I have a word with you, little brother? Han Feng's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he became extremely cautious. Jiang Chen was stunned and couldn't help but frown. He carefully observed this elder and was sure that this was his first time seeing Han Feng. He only knew one half-step sovereign in the immortal world, and that was Jiang Chen. Not to mention that Han Feng was from the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Chen didn't think that he had any connection with the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't object to it, Han Feng waved his hand and struck out a ray of light, forming a layer of protective barrier that surrounded him and Jiang Chen. This barrier was equivalent to a small-scale restriction set up by a half-step sovereign expert, completely isolating them from the outside world. It was impossible for outsiders to see what was happening inside. "Elder Han, I don't think we know each other, right?" asked Jiang Chen. He still couldn't sense the slightest malice from the other party. This was the reason why Jiang Chen was still willing to stand here. Besides, Jiang Chen also wanted to see what the other party was going to do. He could tell that the other party was looking for him for some secret. "Little brother, I won't hide it from you. I was entrusted by Heaven's Sovereign to look for a person who can transform into a dragon. I didn't expect to meet one here today. Furthermore, I'm amazed by your performance. Heaven's Sovereign's eyesight is indeed very sharp," said Han Feng. He had to get straight to the point with Jiang Chen. He could see that Jiang Chen was a very astute figure. It was best to get straight to the point in front of such a person. First of all, he had to make the other party remove his vigilance against him. "Who's Heaven's Sovereign? I don't think I know him," asked Jiang Chen. He was very puzzled. Since the other party addressed him as Heaven's Sovereign, it was enough to show how terrifying this Heaven's Sovereign was. At the very least, he must be a true great sovereign. Otherwise, how could he command a half-step sovereign expert? "Heaven's Sovereign is the sovereign lord of our immortal court. He has just returned to the immortal court not long ago. By the way, Heaven's Sovereign said that you will understand when you see this thing," said Han Feng, taking out an item from his hand. A huge ruler glittering with radiance appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed dramatically the moment he saw the ruler. "Myriad Stars Ruler," Jiang Chen almost exclaimed. He couldn't be more familiar with this ruler. It was Nangong Wentian's combat weapon, the Myriad Stars Ruler. Previously, when he returned to Saint Origin World to kill Jun Tianqiu, he learned that his father and Nangong Wentian had ascended to the immortal world. Nangong Wentian had ascended even earlier than him. Jiang Chen had found his father, Jiang Zhenhai, and planned to inquire about Nangong Wentian's whereabouts. He didn't expect to see the Myriad Stars Ruler here. Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiang Chen really knew about the Myriad Stars Ruler. "Why is the Myriad Stars Ruler in your hands? What's the relationship between Nan and Heaven's Sovereign?" asked Jiang Chen hastily. He was very excited. Nangong Wentian was the only one he didn't know of among his life and death brothers. Now that he had news of Nangong Wentian, he couldn't help but feel excited. "Brother Jiang, Nangong Wentian is our Heaven's Sovereign," said Han Feng. "What?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He staggered and almost fainted. "Nangong Wentian is Heaven's Sovereign? Isn't this too fucking ridiculous?" However, Jiang Chen nodded silently. Back when Nangong Wentian cultivated the 10,000 everlasting elephants, Jiang Chen had already sensed the extraordinariness of this cultivation technique. It allowed Nangong Wentian to cultivate the power of the desolate ancient elephant, but he didn't expect Nangong Wentian to have such an extraordinary origin. He was actually the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign. Chapter 1824. That's right. In the past, Heaven's Sovereign had fused with the divine spirit of the desolate ancient elephant in order to break through to a higher realm, but he failed in the end and had no choice but to reincarnate. Although he has returned, the immortal court is no longer the same as before. Although Heaven's Sovereign is still the sovereign lord on the surface, he is actually in a very dangerous situation. There are some things that I believe you should understand. There are naturally people in the immortal court who don't want Heaven's Sovereign to return. Heaven's Sovereign said that in this world, only you can help him. Heaven's Sovereign can't leave the immortal court now. Once he leaves the immortal court, I'm afraid that his life will be in danger. Han Feng said. Although there were many things that he didn't say clearly, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. Given his intelligence, he had already understood everything. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools down. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The former Heaven Sovereign was no longer the famous Sovereign Lord. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, the Sovereign Lord had supreme authority. Who wouldn't want such authority? Now that Heaven Sovereign had suddenly returned after such a long time, there would naturally be people who weren't happy about it. Jiang Qin knew that Nangong Wentian must have fallen into a very difficult and dangerous situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to look for Jiang Chen. The fact that Nangong Wentian specifically looked for Jiang Chen showed his trust in Jiang Chen. Similarly, to Nangong Wentian, the only person he could trust in the immortal world and had the ability to help him was Jiang Chen. Nan and I are life and death brothers. It doesn't matter if he is Nangong Wentian or the current Heaven Sovereign. This is something that can't be changed. When my brother is in trouble, I, Jiang Chen, naturally can't just stand by and watch. However, given my current strength, I don't think I can be of much help. May I know what Elder Han wants me to do? Jiang Chen asked. After seeing the myriad star ruler, his grudge against Han Feng was completely gone. Now that Nangong Wentian needed him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. In this world, there was nothing that could scare Jiang Chen, not even the high and mighty immortal court. If I take you to the immortal court directly, it will definitely attract the attention of others. The current immortal court is different from the past. Almost all the major powers are under the control of Star Sovereign, but Heaven Sovereign still has a say in the matter. After I return, I will ask Heaven Sovereign to issue an order. A month later, the Immortal Court will hold a selection competition for the young generation of Xueqi Immortal Domain. Given your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the Immortal Court through the competition. When you become a disciple of the Immortal Court, you won't arouse Brother Xing's suspicion. When you arrive at the Immortal Court, you can meet Heaven Sovereign. Han Feng said. It seemed that he and the Sky Emperor had already thought of everything. 1 month? All right, I will definitely go to the competition on time. Jiang Chen nodded. If it wasn't for Nangong Wentian, he wouldn't even bother to participate in the selection competition, but the situation was different now. He had to go to the Immortal Court to help Nangong Wentian. 1 month was just the right time for him to visit Xueqi Immortal Domain. Then it's a deal. Heaven Sovereign and I will be waiting for you in the Immortal Court. Han Feng kept the myriad star ruler and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He heaved a sigh of relief as he had finally completed the task given to him by Heaven Sovereign. Hong Long. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the outside. Han Feng hastily removed the protective barrier. Jiang Chen saw an extremely strong wave of qi rushing out from Nan Bei Chao's body. His body was glowing with boundless light. That was the light of an emperor, high and mighty. No one dared to offend him or blaspheme him. Not good. The Northern and Southern dynasties have completed the integration of the bodies of the great sovereigns. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that the Northern and Southern dynasties would integrate so quickly. At this moment, the throne that Nan Bei Chao was sitting on had vanished. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His qi kept rising. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He was only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm, and it seemed like he could step into that realm at any time. More importantly, the Northern and Southern dynasties had completed the initial integration with the bodies of the great sovereigns. Their progress in the future would be very fast. There wouldn't be any bottleneck in their cultivation. Today they were at the peak of immortal venerable realm. Tomorrow they would advance to the half-step sovereign realm. The rise of the Northern and Southern dynasties was unstoppable. Haha! Monarch's sword. The Northern and Southern dynasties laughed wildly. With a stretch of his hand, the monarch's sword that was fighting with the immortal burying coffin flew into the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties as though it was being summoned. The monarch's sword danced in the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties joyfully. In this world, only the Northern and Southern dynasties had the ability to control the monarch's sword. What a powerful wave of qi! Great Sovereign Batian has come back to life. This is too terrifying. Will he kill us? With the monarch's sword in hand, we can annihilate everything. Who can stop us? Everyone's face darkened. The Northern and Southern dynasties were just too powerful. Although they were only at the peak of immortal venerable realm, even Han Feng couldn't resist the powerful qi that they exuded. Haha, under the heavens, who can stop me, Nan Bei Chao? Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. And you lowly ants, how dare you step into my forbidden area? That's a humiliation to me. All of you will die today. None of you will be able to live. The northern and southern dynasties had gone berserk. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that their wish had finally been fulfilled, they were determined to start a massacre to establish their prestige as the monarch emperor. Not good. This bastard is a killing maniac. He's going to kill all of us. The return of great sovereign Batian is unstoppable. Let's go now or we'll all die here. Everyone began to panic. How would they dare to stay any longer? Each and every one of them pushed their speed to the limit, fearing that they would slow down. Han Feng wanted to leave too, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had gained the upper hand, they would certainly turn into killing maniacs. Anyone who tried to leave first would die first. Although Han Feng was a half-step sovereign, he would still be killed by the monarch's sword. Haha! You have profaned my prestige. Do you still want to leave? Sure enough, Nanbei Chao made his move when he saw those people trying to escape. The monarch's sword in his hand turned into the noblest sword in the heaven and earth. Nanbei Chao casually slashed out cold and sharp sword light. Each of the sword light was a deadly weapon. Its speed was extremely fast, catching up to everyone in a flash. Arg! Chapter 1825. Han Feng's face turned somewhat unsightly. The reincarnation of great sovereign Batian was just too terrifying. He could kill so many immortal venerables with a wave of his hand. He could see that given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, even if he attacked them personally, he would be killed instantly by them. Even if he didn't use the monarch's sword, he would still die tragically in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. However, when Han Feng saw the calm face of Jiang Chen beside him, he couldn't help but raise his thumb to Jiang Chen inwardly. He was a dignified half-step sovereign, but his temperament wasn't even comparable to that of a young immortal emperor. The fact that Jiang Chen could still maintain his composure under such a situation showed that Jiang Chen was destined to be a powerful figure. After killing those immortal venerables, the northern and southern dynasties shifted their gaze to Jiang Chen once more. The corner of his mouth was wearing a grim smile. His killing intent soared to the sky. His powerful aura locked onto Jiang Chen and Han Feng. Jiang Chen, I've said it before. You're no match for me. You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Now that I've gained enough power, you're just an ant in front of me. I can crush you to death with just a finger. What else do you have to say? Jiang Chen said coldly. The arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties was boundless. At this moment, he truly didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Chen had already become a turtle in a jar. There was no way that Jiang Chen could escape from his hands unless there was a miracle. Is that so? You should have thought that there would be an accident every time. Jiang Chen's face was still as indifferent as ever. Hearing this, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties that were laughing wildly suddenly became ferocious. Jiang Chen's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart, because Jiang Chen's words were not wrong. Whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world, every time he was certain to defeat Jiang Chen, a miracle would happen in the end and change the outcome. Originally, he had the upper hand, but in the end, he became the unlucky one. Therefore, even though the northern and southern dynasties were certain that they had Jiang Chen in their grasp, the uneasiness in their hearts still surfaced. Jiang Chen, I want to see what kind of miracle will happen today. The northern and southern dynasties clenched their teeth. Their killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Brother Jiang, I'll hold him off first. You should leave quickly. The celestial sovereign still needs your help. Even if I have to risk this old life of mine today, I'll ensure your safety. With a sway of his body, Han Feng appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded to himself. He had a good impression of Han Feng. No matter what, Han Feng was very loyal to Nangong Wentian. In order to help Nangong Wentian, Han Feng was willing to sacrifice his life. Old man, since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. The northern and southern dynasties said and slashed at Han Feng with the monarch's sword. Rumble. At this moment, the immortal burying coffin moved. The huge ancient coffin blocked in front of Han Feng. When the indestructible monarch's sword slashed at the immortal burying coffin, it produced a clanging sound and a lot of sparks. However, no matter how powerful the monarch's sword was, it could not leave any mark on the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Batian was powerful, but he was still inferior to the ancient Great Sovereign Zhong Xian. In a sense, the reputation of the monarch's sword was a level lower than that of the immortal burying coffin. Damn the immortal burying coffin and Empress Nine. I'll kill Zhong Chen and that old man first, then I'll deal with you. The northern and southern dynasties said angrily. He used his will to block the immortal burying coffin with the monarch's sword, then attacked with his own body. The terrifying hand of heaven shrouded Han Feng and Zhong Chen in an instant. He wanted to kill them with a single strike. So powerful. Han Feng's countenance was incomparably unsightly. He could sense how terrifying the hand of the heavens was. Right now, all his aura had been locked onto by the hand of the heavens. This was a power akin to a towering mountain. With Han Feng's character, even if he unleashed his full strength, the only path left for him was death. Bang! At the most critical moment, the immortal burying coffin stirred again. The heavy coffin lid was lifted, and a beautiful woman in snow-white clothes walked out. After she came out, she waved her hand and struck out. The palm was as huge as the hand of heaven. It was as translucent as jade and looked like an ice sculpture. The entire void was about to be frozen by the icy qi emitted from the huge palm. Hung long. The hand of heaven and the hand of ice collided fiercely, tearing the entire internal space apart. Terrifying airwaves spread out as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiaoyu! Zhong Chen cried out in surprise when he saw Yan Chenyu again. He couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. It was the first time they met each other since they parted ways in Saint Origin World. Yan Chenyu turned to look at Zhong Chen. Her cold face revealed a trace of a smile when she saw Zhong Chen. She stuck her tongue out at Zhong Chen and said, "Brother Chen." Zhong Chen almost burst into tears when he heard the word, Brother Chen. To be honest, he had been worrying whether it would be Yan Chenyu or Empress Nine who would wake up. But now, it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. Empress Nine was dead after all, and Yan Chenyu was just a reincarnated body. Just like the northern and southern dynasties, after he merged with the body of Great Sovereign Batian, the essence of his body was still that of the northern and southern dynasties. It was just that he had some memories of his past life. The ones who were truly in control were the northern and southern dynasties. It was the same for Yan Chenyu and Empress Nine. Yan Chenyu was the new empress while Empress Nine had become the past. In other words, Yan Chenyu was the new Empress Nine. She had the cold personality of Empress Nine, but her deep affection for Zhong Chen would never change. It was this affection that made Yan Chenyu the master of the body. Han Feng was dumbfounded. The awakened Empress Nine was actually Zhong Chen's lover. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhong Chen would risk his life to enter the altar to help Empress Nine snatch the Nine profound heart. The woman in snow-white clothes in front of him was too beautiful. Her beauty was somewhat dazzling. Even with Han Feng's composure, he didn't dare to look straight at her peerless face. Even Zhong Chen had to admit that Yan Chenyu was truly beautiful, especially now that she had merged with the body of her past life. Her body carried the majesty of a supreme great sovereign. Every move she made was like an empress. No one would dare to have the slightest blasphemous thought towards her. The current Yan Chenyu's cultivation base was equivalent to the northern and southern dynasties. Peak immortal venerable realm. Judging from the qi radiating from her body, she wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had the monarch sword in hand, and Yan Chenyu had the immortal burying coffin. Chapter 1826. Sometimes, everything was arranged by fate. Empress Nine and Great Sovereign Batian were enemies in their previous life. In the end, both sides perished together. In this life, Yan Chenyu and the northern and southern dynasties were the same. Since the beginning of Saint Origin World, the northern and southern dynasties were the enemies of Zhong Chen. Yan Chenyu wasn't surprised at all. Right now, Nan Beichao and Yan Chenyu were staring at each other. Both of them believed that this was the arrangement of fate. The grudges and enmity between the past and the present life were destined to have a battle of life and death. It seemed like the Battle of the Monarch Mountain was about to happen again. Everything had its own destiny. This was the destiny of Empress Nine and Great Sovereign Batian. However, there were certain variables in all destinies. To these two great sovereigns, Zhong Chen was the biggest variable. Perhaps in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, killing Zhong Chen was more important than killing Empress Nine. He wasn't afraid of the newly awakened empress, but he was afraid of the continuously growing Jiang Chen. The two old enemies of the previous life and this life were now standing here, making it impossible for the northern and southern dynasties to take a step back. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, his heart would never be at ease. Empress 9 we'll settle the score between us later. Step aside now. I'll kill Jiang Chen first, then I'll settle the score with you. The northern and southern dynasties said to Yan Chenyu. Yan Chenyu's face was cold. She didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties at all. Instead, she turned to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Big brother Chen, you guys step back first." To Yan Chenyu, this was a moment of happiness. All along, she was most afraid of becoming Jiang Chen's burden. All along, it was Jiang Chen who stood up for her. All along, she could only live a happy life in Jiang Chen's arms. However, that kind of happiness couldn't be compared to the happiness she was feeling now. Finally, Yan Chenyu was able to do something for Jiang Chen. Today, it was her turn to protect her big brother Chen Chen. This day, she had been dreaming about it even in her dreams. Okay, be careful. Jiang Chen nodded his head and retreated with Han Feng. How could he not understand Yan Chenyu's feelings? He also understood her happiness. Moreover, being able to personally witness Yan Chenyu's rise, Jiang Chen's heart was indescribably happy. That kind of feeling was something that others could not understand. Along the way, he and Yan Chenyu had gone through many trials and tribulations. That kind of emotional foundation was not something that others could imagine. Brother Jiang, I admire you. Han Feng wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. The fact that Empress 9 was so infatuated with him was enough for any man in the heavens and earth to prostrate themselves before him. Of course, a man who could make Empress 9 fall in love with him must have his own charisma. Han Feng now admired and felt grateful towards Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he was afraid that he would have already died under the swords of the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who stopped him, he would have fled for his life like those immortal venerables. The consequences were imaginable. Empress 9, since you are meddling in other people's business, let's have a great battle. I wasn't able to kill you in the past. Today, let's settle our old grudge. The northern and southern dynasties sheathed their monarch swords. Their bodies emitted the supreme monarch qi. He and Yan Chenyu were enemies in both their previous and current lives. Now that they had awakened at the same time, it could be considered as the arrangement of fate. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. Yan Chenyu also sheathed the immortal burying coffin. She and the northern and southern dynasties knew very well that even if both sides used their monarch weapons, they wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, they might as well sheath their monarch weapons and have a real battle. Hung Long. The northern and southern dynasties took the initiative to attack. They stretched out their huge palms, unleashing a terrifying hand of heaven that seemed to tear the sky apart. Carrying boundless power and lethality, they grabbed at Yan Chenyu. Ice seal. Yan Chenyu snorted lightly. She raised her jade-like hand and shot out an icy light. As soon as the icy light appeared, it turned into a world of ice and collided with Nan Bei Chao's hand of heaven. Along with a cracking sound, the seemingly invincible palm was frozen and stopped in mid-air. Even the destructive energy was frozen along with it. A powerful 9 body was no joke. Moreover, after Yan Chenyu obtained the heart of 9, she had also cultivated the heart of Ice God. With the fusion of the two bodies, Yan Chenyu had more potential than the previous Empress 9. Apart from being the reincarnation of Empress 9, she was also the inheritor of the Ice God. In other words, the reborn Yan Chenyu was destined to surpass the previous Empress 9 in the future. So powerful. Han Feng sighed. Although he was a half-step sovereign, he understood that he wasn't on the same level as the two in front of him. Both of them had powerful foundations and had fused with the bodies of great sovereigns. They weren't people that a second-rate half-step sovereign like him could compare to. I am the emperor. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. Yang Yu's body began to transform. He unleashed the Emperor Heaven art to the extreme. At this moment, his body grew 10 zhang tall, making him look like a god of war. His golden robe was fluttering, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He had turned into a true emperor. This kind of emperor was truly high and mighty. He was the emperor of the heavens and earth. An ordinary emperor couldn't be compared to him. Compared to the current northern and southern dynasties, Yang Yu's emperor's qi was like that of a beggar's. Wisdom King's fist. A loud bang was heard. After Nanbei Chao transformed into his monarch body, he struck out a powerful Wisdom King fist. The huge fist seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world, almost breaking the entire space. That golden fist was like a huge mountain. It had locked all of Yan Chenyu's qi activity, and arrived in front of her in a blink of an eye. Rome wasn't built in a day. Profound Een Palm. Facing the powerful Wisdom King's fist, Yan Chenyu showed no signs of fear. She turned into the ice goddess. The cold qi emitted from her body almost froze the entire space. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm. An ice-cold palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A cold vortex could be seen in the center of her palm. It was even bigger than the Wisdom King's fist. Rumble. The Wisdom King fist and the dark Een palm collided with each other. This time, the heaven and earth shook. Fortunately, this deep layer of space was created by Great Emperor Batian. Otherwise, this strike would have smashed the space into pieces. It wouldn't have been a problem. Even so, the space trembled violently. Cracking sounds could be heard in the surroundings. Cracks appeared on the spatial barrier. If this continued, the entire space would be destroyed sooner or later. Chapter 1827. The space was completely agitated. There was a feeling that the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. The void was torn into pieces. The might of the collision between the Wisdom King fist and the dark Een palm was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Han Feng's face turned extremely unsightly. Looking at the visual impact of the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth, for the first time, he felt that a half-step emperor was nothing. As a matter of fact, a half-step sovereign living in the immortal court wouldn't have a high status. What's going on? Why do I feel that the entire spatial zone is shaking? It's like a powerful impact has happened in the deep layer of the spatial zone. That's right. It seems like there are supreme experts fighting. Should we go and have a look? It's better not to. Such a commotion isn't something we can imagine. We'd better continue to search for treasures. What if we get caught in the crossfire? Who can we blame? The collision in the deep layer of the spatial zone had attracted the attention of those outside. Countless people's facial expression changed, trying to guess what was happening inside. Many experts began to fly towards the deep layer of the spatial zone, but most of them didn't act rashly. In the remains of a great sovereign, staying alive was always the most important thing. It would be best if they could get some treasures. Even if they couldn't afford to lose their lives here. The battle between supreme experts couldn't be too close to each other. A slight carelessness would cause one to be caught in the crossfire. If one's strength was slightly weaker, the chi waves emitted by the opponent might take one's life. Wouldn't that be a great loss? In the deep layer of the spatial zone, the northern and southern dynasties were still fighting fiercely with Yan Chenyu. One had the innate Nine physique, supported by the Heart of Ice God, and the other had the Monarch Heaven art to the extreme. The power of the Monarch Heaven art was unimaginable. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The current northern and southern dynasties were really powerful. Even though he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to make a single move. Even if he used the Great Void technique, he still wouldn't be able to escape. The only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties had the Eye of Illusion, which could see through everything. Just like when he was in Golden Horizon, even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the senses of the northern and southern dynasties. The final outcome would only be a tragedy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The growing strength of the northern and southern dynasties had made him somewhat worried and pressured. He was almost sure that it was impossible for Yan Chenyu to eliminate the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen must improve his strength as soon as possible to shorten the gap between him and the northern and dynasties. The divine body of a great emperor can crush everything. The northern and southern dynasties seemed to be enraged. Their bodies grew taller once again, as if they had turned into an ancient giant. This was their most powerful killer move. The Eye of Illusion flickered constantly. This time, they didn't use any powerful moves. Instead, they directly charged towards Yan Chenyu with their huge bodies. They were like a huge golden mountain, rampaging forward. The power of this collision was unimaginable to ordinary people. Wherever the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties passed, the void would instantly explode. That was the impact of the powerful energy. Ice God's body. 9 River. Yan Chenyu no longer held back. She displayed her most powerful killer move. Her body began to transform, turning into a huge ice sculpture, the ice sculpture of a fairy. The fairy moved. 9 ice rivers rushed out from her body, carrying an endless cold aura. That was the powerful 9 River, which was stimulated by the 9 profound heart. It was incomparably terrifying. The body of a great emperor and the body of a 9 collided fiercely. This was the most powerful killer move, the most powerful attack of both of them. After this one attack, the winner would definitely be decided. The result of this battle would also be revealed in this collision. Rumble. The collision of the bodies of the great emperors was like the collision of two planets. Ice fragments flew everywhere, golden light filled the air, and destructive aura filled the air. The void began to collapse, and the space began to crack. Go! Jiang Chen and Han Feng's facial expression changed dramatically. However, both of them reacted very quickly. They immediately turned into two phantoms and disappeared. After they left, the place where they were previously at immediately collapsed, turning into a world of chaos. Rumble. The sound of the explosion continued. The space had completely collapsed. With the northern and southern dynasties and Yan Chenyu as the center, the destructive energy spread out, hitting the entire space at an unimaginable speed. Arg! Just as a few immortal venerables touched the deep layer of the space collapsed all of a sudden. Powerful energy rushed towards them. Despite their fast reaction speed, they were still hit by the energy. Each of them let out a blood-curdling scream. Some of them had weak cultivation base, and died on the spot. Even the late immortal venerable old ancestor was severely injured. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, which was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Run! Someone yelled. They had no idea what was happening in front of them, but the dangerous qi was very clear to them. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to run for their lives. Sometimes, there was a price to pay for watching a show. Many of them were attracted by the tremors just now, but they didn't expect that doomsday would come. Wah! Not just them, everyone in the remains was shaken. Even those with weaker strength who were far away from the remains were affected by the tremors, causing them to spurt out blood. It was an injury that came from the depth of their soul. There was no way to avoid it. What happened? Could there be a battle between great sovereigns? The impact was too powerful. The destructive power was too great. What exactly happened inside? Not good. The spatial zone is collapsing. This remains is going to be destroyed soon. We have to leave now. Go, go, go. It's too late. For a moment, everyone was panicking, and the entire space was in chaos. Countless people were panicking, because the final collision between Yan Chenyu and Nanbei Chao had shattered the deep layer of space that supported the entire inheritance, causing it to collapse bit by bit. This was extremely dangerous. The collapse of the great sovereign spatial zone would bring about a destructive doomsday. At this time, no one had the mood to search for treasures or study what was happening inside. Even the immortal venerables who were too close to the deep layer of the spatial zone had died, let alone them. Whoosh! Countless silhouettes began to flee through the spatial passageways, fearing that they would be a step slower. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. Chapter 1828. Countless figures fled in all directions. Yan Chenyu and the northern and southern dynasties were completely immersed in the chaotic battlefield. No one could see what was happening inside. Jiang Chen and Han Feng kept flashing through the cracks of the space, looking towards the center of the battlefield. For them, the collapse of the space didn't affect them too much. Han Feng was a half-step emperor expert who had almost comprehended the supreme great emperor's law. His control of the power of space was extremely exquisite. It was normal for him to walk through the cracks of the space. Even if the space collapsed, he could still get out. As for Jiang Chen, it was even more different. The Great Void technique had given him the ability to walk through the turbulent space. Brother Jiang Chen, who do you think will win? Han Feng asked with a worried look on his face. He naturally hoped that Yan Chenyu would win. After all, he and Yan Chenyu were now on the same side. With their strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to determine who will win. Jiang Chen shook his head. Great Emperor Batian and Empress 9 were equally powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in mutual destruction. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had awakened at almost the same time as Yan Chenyu. Their cultivation was also equal, and their means were extremely terrifying. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would be extremely difficult for the two of them to determine a winner under such circumstances. In the center of the battlefield, the violent aura was still raging. Yan Chen Yu and Nan Bei Chao had already returned to their original appearances. However, their conditions weren't very good. Their aura was chaotic, and there were some cracks on their bodies. Both of them were coughing out blood from their mouths. It was easy to tell that this collision didn't determine the winner or loser. Instead, both of them were injured. Empress 9-een, I'll remember what happened today. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Jiang Chen, consider yourself lucky today. The northern and southern dynasties left these words and disappeared in a flash. Yan Chen Yu did not chase after the northern and southern dynasties. She knew that it would be useless even if she caught up to them. With her current strength, it was almost impossible for her to kill the northern and southern dynasties. Moreover, she was severely injured just like the northern and southern dynasties. She needed some time to recover. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Jiang Chen flew over and asked with great concern. Seeing that Yan Chen Yu was injured, Jiang Chen's heart ached. It's not a big deal, but my physical body is seriously injured. I've only fused with the body of a great sovereign, but I need some time to recover, said Yan Chen Yu. This kind of injury was not small, but it was not enough to cause any serious damage to Yan Chen Yu. The northern and southern dynasties are now in a stalemate. For Eastern Xuanyu, it might be a disaster. Jiang Chen looked at the direction where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. The ones who benefited the most from this trip to the Monarch Mountain were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Of course, Yan Chen Yu was also one of them. The northern and southern dynasties suffered the same injuries as me. He won't come out now. He'll definitely find a secret place to recover his body. He won't come out anytime soon. So, we don't have to worry about him for now, said Yan Chen Yu. No one knew the situation of the northern and southern dynasties better than her. Empress, the space here is about to collapse. Let's leave as soon as possible, said Han Feng. The three of them left the great sovereign space in a flash. The famous Monarch Mountain in the central region had completely collapsed on this day. The mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The towering mountain peak was about to collapse. The Monarch Mountain was destined to become a part of history. It would cease to exist from now on. Jiang Chen, Yan Chen Yu, and Yan Chen Yu came to a place where no one was around. Yan Chen Yu and Jiang Chen looked into each other's eyes, their gazes filled with love. Han Feng took the initiative and walked to the side, giving this young couple who hadn't seen each other for a long time some privacy. Big brother Chen, we can finally be together. Yan Chen Yu laid on Jiang Chen's chest. Being able to lean on this man's chest was the happiest thing that had happened in her life. That's right. When the matters in the immortal world are settled, we'll get married, Jiang Chen said with a smile. These days, Jiang Chen had been inquiring about Yan Chen Yu's whereabouts. Ever since they parted ways with the immortal burying coffin in the ancient tomb, Jiang Chen had a knot in his heart. Now that the dark clouds had been dispelled, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Without a doubt, Yan Chen Yu was one of the most important people in his life. Back when they were in Red City, they had already established their feelings for each other. Now that they had come this far, he couldn't help but sigh at the ups and downs they had gone through. However, the road ahead wasn't over yet. The road ahead was still full of obstacles. Jiang Chen told Yan Chen Yu everything that had happened in the immortal world. Most of it was about his group of people, including Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant, Longsher San, Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wentian. Yan Chen Yu was shocked to hear that Nangong Wentian was actually the reincarnation of a sovereign lord. Brother Jiang Chen, the matters here have come to an end. I'll be returning to the immortal court to report to Heaven's sovereign. Don't forget our agreement. You must come to the immortal court selection competition in a month's time, Han Feng said to Jiang Chen. Don't worry, old Han. I'll definitely help Anan. I'll be returning to ethereal immortal domain in a month's time, Jiang Chen said. Even if Han Feng didn't mention Nangong Wentian's matter, Jiang Chen wouldn't stay out of it. This matter was related to his life and death brother. Jiang Chen would never shirk his duty. All right, I'll be waiting for you in the immortal court. After saying that, Han Feng left in a flash. He believed that given Jiang Chen's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stand out in the selection competition. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength and miraculousness. Not to mention the major powers of Fengqi immortal domain, even among the geniuses of the immortal court, only a few of them could be a match for him. After Han Feng left, Jiang Chen flew towards Feng Luo sect with Yan Chenyu. Jiang Zhenhai was still in Feng Luo sect. Now that Yan Chenyu had been found, he had to go and see his father first. "Brother Chen, what's your plan after meeting Dad?" asked Yan Chenyu. "I'm going back. I've been out for quite a long time. Before I left the mess in ethereal immortal domain to Monkey. I don't know what's going on now. I have to go back and have a look." Chapter 1829. Jiang Chen had come to Fengqi immortal domain in search of Jiang Zhenhai, but he didn't expect that he would be delayed for such a long time. He also didn't expect that so many things had happened. Currently, Jiang Chen was most worried about the situation in ethereal immortal domain. However, this trip to Fengqi immortal domain could be said to be fruitful. Not only did he rescue Jiang Zhenhai, he had also reunited with Yan Chenyu and obtained the news of Nangong Wentian. Most importantly, his cultivation base had advanced by 2 levels and the condensing of the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower. All these benefits and luck were beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu flew all the way towards the direction of Feng Luo sect. Jiang Chen had already told Yan Chenyu about the relationship between him and Feng Luo sect. To him, Feng Luo sect was like Great Qian Empire in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Feng Luo sect was on his side. He had done a great favor for Feng Luo sect and saved Feng Huazi's life in the Monarch Mountain. To put it bluntly, the door of Feng Luo sect would always be open for him. After the collapse of the Monarch Mountain, Feng Huazi and the people of Feng Luo sect had already returned to Fengqi immortal domain. Everything that happened in the Monarch Mountain had stirred up the entire Fengqi immortal domain. Many people were talking about it, but no one knew why the spatial zone collapsed at the last moment, what caused the collapse of the Monarch Mountain and where the terrifying destructive energy came from. Seeing Jiang Chen's return, Feng Huazi immediately came forward to greet him. He knew that Jiang Chen's father was here and that Jiang Chen would certainly come back. In order to thank Jiang Chen for saving their lives, Feng Huazi and the higher-ups didn't rest at all and came out to greet Jiang Chen personally. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you all right?" Feng Huazi asked with concern. Immediately, he sensed the powerful qi radiating from Jiang Chen's body, and found that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced from early immortal emperor to late immortal emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was truly astonishing, but it also showed that Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits in the Monarch Mountain. "I'm fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Brother Jiang, this is?" Feng Huazi looked at Yan Chenyu and felt that this girl was extremely beautiful. However, she was emitting a cold and inviolable qi, like a lotus in the snow. Even though he was the patriarch, he couldn't help but feel a trace of reverence in his heart. Feng Huazi couldn't help but be shocked. At his level, his senses were very sharp. His instinct told him that this girl wasn't simple. Moreover, her cultivation seemed to be higher than his. "This is my wife, Yan Chenyu." Jiang Chen chuckled. He liked to introduce his woman like this. "Haha, nice to meet you, Miss Yan." Feng Huazi laughed and secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. A man's life would not be in vain if he could have such a woman as his companion. Yan Chenyu nodded in response. She didn't say anything else. "Sectmaster, I'm going to see my father now. After that, I'll leave, but my father will stay here for the time being. I hope Sectmaster can take good care of him." Jiang Chen spoke. He had decided to let his father stay in Feng Luo sect. Ethereal immortal domain was too chaotic now. He would be surrounded by enemies on all sides if he returned. Comparatively, the tranquil Feng Luo sect was the safest place. No matter how chaotic ethereal immortal domain was, they wouldn't be able to invade Feng Luo sect. Moreover, Jiang Chen had an appointment with Han Feng in a month. He would have to return sooner or later. At that time, he might have to use the identity of a disciple of Feng Luo sect to participate in the selection of the immortal court. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Just do what you need to do. Your father will definitely be a distinguished guest if he stays here," Feng Huazi assured. Feng Huazi promised. He couldn't wait for Jiang Zhenhai to stay here. Even a fool could see how great Jiang Chen's potential was. It would be a great thing for the entire Feng Luo sect if he could befriend Jiang Chen. He had been looking for an excuse to befriend Jiang Chen. If he could serve Jiang Chen's father well, they would be on the same side in the future. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen was willing to let his father stay here indicated that Jiang Chen didn't treat him as an outsider. In that case, Feng Huazi naturally couldn't let Jiang Chen down. In that case, many thanks. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Feng Huazi and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai with Yan Chenyu. The place where Jiang Zhenhai was staying was the cultivation place of the great elder, Shen Ao, which was absolutely the most superior place in the entire Fengluo sect. Jiang Zhenhai didn't stay idle. He had been in seclusion during the time when Jiang Chen was away. Through the events that had happened these days, Jiang Zhenhai had seen the immensity of the immortal world. He knew that strength was the most important thing here. He didn't want to be a burden to his son, so he focused all his attention on cultivation and strived for continuous progress. Jiang Zhenhai was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the courtyard. Dense immortal qi was constantly pouring into his body. Upon sensing someone approaching, Jiang Zhenhai immediately stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, his senses weren't weak. At least, he could sense someone approaching him. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Zhenhai immediately saw Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. He was so surprised that he immediately stood up from his seat. "You are..." Jiang Zhenhai almost burst into tears when he saw Yan Chenyu. They were family. They had always been worried about each other. Now that they could reunite here and see his son and daughter-in-law at the same time, Jiang Zhenhai had no reason to be unhappy. "Greetings, father." Yan Chenyu bowed deeply to Jiang Zhenhai. As the reincarnation of the Empress, there weren't many people in this world who could receive such a bow from her, and Jiang Zhenhai was one of them. Good. Ha! That's great." Jiang Zhenhai didn't know what to say, so he just kept saying yes. "Father, Xiao Yu and I are going back to ethereal immortal domain for a while. Stay here and cultivate. I'll be back in a month. It's safe for you to stay here," Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to waste a month's time. Moreover, the distance between Feng Qi immortal domain and ethereal immortal domain was incomparably far. It would take some time for him to return. Hearing that Jiang Chen was going to leave, Jiang Zhenhai's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but he still nodded and agreed. "Chen, you guys go ahead. I'll be fine here." Chapter 1830. Jiang Chen was well aware of the reason why Jiang Chen asked him to stay. He knew that it was for his own safety. Moreover, even if he followed Jiang Chen, he would only be a burden given his current strength. Jiang Chen would also have to take care of him, which was not what Jiang Chen wanted. After bidding farewell to Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu embarked on their journey to the ethereal immortal domain. Their speed was extremely fast, at least much faster than when Jiang Chen arrived. Very quickly, they flew out of the boundary of the Feng Qi immortal domain. The law of space flowed ceaselessly in the void, but it didn't hinder them in the slightest. Rumble! All of a sudden, the void in front of Jiang Chen exploded. A towering giant hand emerged. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it locked the surrounding void of 1,000 miles. The giant hand locked onto Jiang Chen's qi and lunged at him. Boom! 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 It was a simple strike, but it carried unparalleled murderous intent. It wasn't hard to imagine that the attacker wanted to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. As for who wanted to kill him, he didn't even bother to guess, because there were too many people in the immortal world who wanted to kill him. Humph! Yan Chenyu harumphed coldly. With a wave of her hand, an icy ray shot out, shattering the gigantic hand. Although Yan Chenyu had suffered serious injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even in her current state, she could still fight against an ordinary half-step sovereign. If she used the immortal burying coffin, she could easily kill a half-step sovereign. Not to mention that the person who attacked her in the dark had a cultivation base below a half-step sovereign, even though his killing intent soared to the sky. Moreover, Yan Chenyu's injuries were constantly recovering. With the fusion of the Nine profound heart and the heart of the ice god, her recovery speed was much faster than that of the northern and southern dynasties. Who is it? Come out! Jiang Chen shouted at the void. Jiang Chen, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can run this time. An incomparably deep voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man with a majestic figure walked out. Waves of air rolled around the surface of his body, and the aura that he casually exuded showed his strength. When Jiang Chen saw this middle-aged man, his face immediately turned cold. This man wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. Venerable Xianfeng, Wang Xianfeng, a powerful peerless venerable who had half a foot into the half-step sovereign realm. Previously, he was on the same level as Xiao Wangqing. Of course that was in the past. The current Xiao Wangqing had already left Wang Xianfeng in the dust. Wang Xianfeng. Jiang Chen called out the other party's name calmly. That's right, it's me, Jiang Chen. You've really made it hard for me to find you. Wang Xianfeng said Lang Lang. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Jiang Chen at all. He had always regretted that he couldn't kill Jiang Chen because of Xiao Wangqing. Your immortal court is really shameless. Aren't you afraid of Senior Zhao's revenge? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Revenge? Hee, if I kill you here today, who knows how you died? Who knows who killed you? Besides, don't you think you have taken Xiao Wangqing too seriously? In front of the immortal court, Xiao Wangqing is just an ant. Jiang Chen has offended the immortal court and desecrated the dignity of the immortal court. That's why he has to die. It's your fortune to die in my hands. Wang Xianfeng spoke aloud. Back then, Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing had reached an agreement that the experts of the older generation couldn't deal with Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was still alive and growing stronger, while the geniuses of the immortal court had been killed. In order to prevent Jiang Chen from growing any further, Li Wangye had decided to kill Jiang Chen secretly. That was why he had sent Wang Xianfeng to eliminate Jiang Chen as soon as he found Jiang Chen's trace. Unfortunately, it was too late for Li Wangye to find Jiang Chen. Moreover, the timing wasn't good. Coming out to kill Jiang Chen now was no different than courting death. If Li Wangye knew that the person standing beside Jiang Chen was Empress Nine Yin, he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. Wang Xianfeng, ignorance is very scary. It's a pity that you didn't bring your brain with you. Jiang Chen shook his head. Since Wang Xianfeng was here, Jiang Chen would not show any mercy. He would never give his enemies any chance, especially those who wanted to kill him. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xianfeng. It's not good for a young man to be too arrogant. Although you have improved a lot during this period of time, you are still just an ant in front of me. Wang Xianfeng spoke in a condescending tone. What he said wasn't wrong. Although Jiang Chen had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and had the strength to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable, there was still a huge gap between him and a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng. If they really fought, Jiang Chen would certainly not be a match for Wang Xianfeng. He could only run for his life, but it was different now. He didn't need to run or attack at all. Is that so? In my opinion, you are the ant, Yan Chenyu spoke. Yan Chenyu said. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult Jiang Chen. With just a few words, Yan Chenyu had sentenced Wang Xianfeng to death. Who are you? Only now did Wang Xianfeng notice the girl next to Jiang Chen. This was because Yan Chenyu had unleashed her aura. That aura made Wang Xianfeng's soul tremble. This caused his expression to become serious. He recalled the icy beam that destroyed his giant palm just now. That icy beam seemed to have been unleashed by this girl. I'm someone you can't afford to offend, Yan Chenyu said. She pointed her finger at Wang Xianfeng like a sword. An ice arrow was shot out with extreme speed. Even Wang Xianfeng only had time to react. Not good. Wang Xianfeng knew that he might have encountered a true expert today. He didn't have the time to think and dared not to be careless. He exerted all his strength to resist the attack. Hung Long. Wang Xuanfeng's powerful defense was completely vulnerable in front of the ice arrow. It was penetrated in an instant. Wang Xianfeng was sent flying more than 30 meters away, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How can she be so strong? Who are those people? She has the qi of a great sovereign on her. I can feel an indescribable pressure. Wang Xianfeng was shocked. He had never expected such a situation. He had already figured out all the details about Jiang Chen. Apart from Xiao Wangqing, there was no other expert beside Jiang Chen. But now, there was suddenly a mysterious girl who was even stronger than Xiao Wangqing. Chapter 1831. Wang Xianfeng was definitely a smart man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this level of cultivation. Therefore, when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately chose to run away. In this world, nothing was more important than staying alive at a critical moment. Unfortunately, would Yan Chenyu spare his life? The answer was yes. Xiaoyu, don't let him run away. This man is a big trouble. Seeing that Wang Xianfeng was about to run away, Jiang Chen hurriedly said. Without Jiang Chen's reminder, Yan Chenyu had already moved. Yan Chenyu's thoughts were very simple. Anyone who wanted to kill Jiang Chen deserved to die, and they would die eventually. Yan Chenyu moved. Her body flashed, and she was like an arrow leaving the bow. In a blink of an eye, she caught up with Wang Xianfeng, who was trying to run away. The horrifying cold air was like a cold ocean, covering the sky and the earth, directly forming a field of ice, covering Wang Xianfeng. Hiss! Wang Xianfeng gasped. He felt the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. That was the fear of death. At his level of cultivation, he would not be afraid of cold, but facing Yan Chenyu's cold air, he felt like his soul was going to be frozen. Puchi, Puchi! Before Wang Xianfeng could resist, countless ice blades had already pierced through his body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wang Xianfeng, a peerless venerable, died tragically in this desolate and uninhabited void. Wang Xianfeng died. Facing Yan Chenyu, who was at the same level as him, the gap between them was huge. Even though Yan Chenyu was injured, it was still very easy for her to kill Wang Xianfeng. In front of Yan Chenyu, Wang Xianfeng couldn't even fight back. He could only wait for death. Only God knew how regretful Wang Xianfeng was before he died. He came here with full confidence to kill Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that he would lose his life in the end. This was probably something that he couldn't even dream of. Wang Xianfeng could never imagine that this time, it would be his doomsday. If he knew that there was such a terrifying person following Jiang Chen, even if he was given 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to come here alone to kill Jiang Chen. However, how could he blame others for this? If he didn't have murderous intentions, he wouldn't have ended up dead. This was fate. After killing Wang Xianfeng, Jiang Chen didn't feel excited at all. To him, Wang Xianfeng was nothing. Wang Xuanfeng's death was the beginning of the enmity between him and the immortal court. He wouldn't have a good time in the future. Qin Gij, looks like you've offended a lot of people. Yan Chenyu said mischievously. When have I ever had a lack of enemies? It seems like the immortal court really wants me dead. Although Senior Shao has some deterrence, if the immortal court is determined to kill me, I'm afraid that Shao Wangqing alone won't be enough. Wang Xianfeng is just one of the many people who want to kill me. I'm afraid that Radiance Immortal Domain and Mi Luo Immortal Domain have also sent their experts to kill me, but they haven't met them yet. Now that Wang Xianfeng is dead, the immortal court will certainly not let this matter go. I'm going to have a hard time in the future. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Although he hadn't been to the immortal court, he had some understanding of their style of doing things. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, nothing was more important to them than their dignity. Furthermore, the immortal court considered itself to be high and mighty and inviolable. Anyone who dared to go against the immortal court was destined to have a bad end. That's not a big deal. We have encountered many powerful enemies. In the end, we still trampled all of them under our feet. Brother Chen is a man of great fortune. Those who go against you won't have a good ending. The immortal court is no exception, said Jiang Chen. Yan Chenyu said. After fusing with the body of a great sovereign, Yan Chenyu became domineering. As Empress Nine, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make her feel afraid. If Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhong Xian were still here, the Immortal Court wouldn't stand a chance against them. Immortal Execution King could crush them with one finger. You're right. The stronger the enemy, the more it will stimulate my fighting spirit. If the enemy is too weak, what's the point of fighting? The three Immortal Courts had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make them pay the price. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and his domineering aura soared into the sky. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. The stronger the enemy was, the more he would want to step on them. Every successful man had climbed to the top by stepping on piles of bones. Killing Wang Xianfeng was just a small interlude. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu continued on their way. The ethereal immortal domain was more chaotic than Jiang Chen had imagined. During the period of time when Jiang Chen was away, a lot of major events had happened. Of course, The most important one was the son-in-law selection ceremony of Exquisite Paradise. On that day, Long Shersan had killed more than a dozen peerless geniuses of the immortal court in a row, making him famous and the leader of the young generation. However, Long Shersan's behavior had completely offended the immortal court. Given the immortal court's style of doing things, they would never let Long Shersan go. The immortal court was high and mighty. Normally, they wouldn't show up in the immortal domain, but recently, experts of the immortal court could be seen from time to time, causing the atmosphere of the entire immortal domain to become incomparably tense. Long Shersan had arrogantly declared that he would kill every genius of the immortal court that came. Long Shersan's arrogant declaration had undoubtedly infuriated the immortal court. Rumor had it that a supreme heaven genius was about to make a move. His cultivation base had already reached the mighty late immortal venerable realm. Such a genius was unimaginably powerful. Even peerless venerables weren't a match for him. Only a half-step sovereign could suppress him. It was also said that such an expert had already emerged and would challenge Long Shersan at any time. Apart from the matter of Long Shersan, there were other things happening in East Xuanyu. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty had joined forces. It seemed that they were preparing to wage war against Great Qian Empire. Once the war broke out, the entire East Xuanyu would be alarmed. By then, the entire East Xuanyu would no longer be peaceful. Recently, more than one war had broken out at the border of the three empires. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, the large-scale war between the three empires wouldn't be far away. Exquisite Paradise. The entire Exquisite Paradise was filled with a festive atmosphere. Despite the tense atmosphere in ethereal immortal domain, Exquisite Paradise was still behaving in such a cheerful manner. It was obvious that something joyous was about to happen. That's right. After the selection of son-in-law, Long Shersan would become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, becoming a celebrity. Tomorrow would be the wedding day of Long Shersan and Lan Lingji. No matter what happened outside, Exquisite Paradise still had to hold a grand and magnificent wedding. Chapter 1832. In the center of Exquisite Paradise, there was an incomparably exquisite courtyard. At this moment, the place was filled with cheers and laughter. At the center of the courtyard was a round table made entirely of green jade. It looked extremely luxurious and beautiful. Long Shersan was clad in a bright red robe, looking incomparably festive. So was Lan Lingji beside him. The couple had already put on the bride's and groom's outfits. None of the people sitting around them were strangers. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Emma Wuqing, and Grandmaster Hao Ran were all acquaintances of Long Shersan and Jiang Chen. Because of Long Shersan's wedding, all of them had gathered here. The only one missing from this table was Jiang Chen. Han Yan and Tyrant were invited by Long Shersan. They knew that this was the most important day in Long Shersan's life. Therefore they had to come even if they had to travel thousands of miles. Such a day only came once in a lifetime. As brothers, they would never miss it. "Monkey, you look rather pretentious in this robe," Tyrant teased. "Tyrant, why are your words so unpleasant? No wonder you can't find a wife. This robe is supposed to be worn tomorrow, but the few of you insisted on wearing it today, as though it's your wedding today." As Long Shersan spoke, he kept caressing his robe. Judging from his fondness for it, it didn't seem like he was forced to wear it. "Monkey, you must be really lucky to find such a beautiful wife. You have just emerged from the rock not long ago, but your luck is already so infuriating." Han Yan didn't forget to provoke Long Shersan. "Of course. Who asked Master Monkey to be so handsome and unrestrained? If the few of you had 1/10 of my charm, you would have had a group of wives and concubines by now." Dragon Shersan said with a chuckle. This kind of person simply couldn't be praised. Once he was praised, he would immediately become arrogant. When he became narcissistic, he was absolutely invincible. Big Yellow wasn't here, so Dragon Shersan was the narcissistic one. "Ayaya, it hurts, let go." As soon as Long Shersan finished speaking, a jade-like hand landed on his ear. "What did you say? Numerous wives and concubines? It seems that this is your true thoughts." The one who made the move was naturally Lan Lingji. I wouldn't dare. I was just bragging. Hurry up and let go. Leave me some face." Long Shersan begged for mercy again and again. It seemed that there was a price to pay for bragging. "Haha. A burst of laughter was heard. The lawless Long Shersan had finally found his nemesis. As soon as Lan Lingji made her move, he had to submit to her. Lan Lingji giggled. Long Shersan wore a helpless face. It seemed like he had to pay a price for boasting. Things were different now. It's a pity that little Chunzi and De Huang aren't here. Otherwise, it would be really lively. Yang Bufan said. All along, Jiang Chen had been the backbone of these people. Now that Long Shersan was getting married but Jiang Chen wasn't here, they still felt a little regretful despite the cheers and laughter. After all, such a wedding wasn't only a happy occasion for Long Shersan, but also for all of them. If that bastard doesn't come back tomorrow, I'll see how I'm going to settle the score with him the next time I see him. How dare he not show up on such an important day? Long Shersan couldn't help but speak. His eyes couldn't help looking into the distance. He hoped that Jiang Chen would show up more than anyone else. Tomorrow was the most important day of his life. If his most important brother wasn't present on such an important day, it wouldn't be a perfect day. Jiang Chen may have something important to do, said Lan Lingji. She knew how important Jiang Chen was to Long Shersan, but this was all she could do to comfort Long Shersan. I have a premonition that little Chenzi will definitely show up tomorrow. Monkey, don't worry. We've been in contact with little Chenzi for a long time. When has he ever dropped the ball at such an important moment? Tyrant spoke. All of them could understand Long Shersan's feelings. It's all right. Even if he doesn't show up, he can always make up for it the next time we meet. Long Shersan smiled. By the way, Monkey, you've been having a lot of trouble with the Immortal Court recently. I heard that a powerful peerless genius of the Immortal Court is going to deal with you. Yang Lang said. That's right. There's a genius called Qi Jin. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. A figure like him is almost invincible below the half-step immortal sovereign realm. Although you're very powerful now, your cultivation base is only at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid that you won't have any chance of winning against Qi Jin. Yang Bufan said worriedly. After all, Long Shersan had said that he was going to kill all the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Now that Qi Jin had appeared, there was no reason for Long Shersan not to accept the challenge. Given Long Shersan's current condition, he had almost no chance of winning against Qi Jin. It doesn't matter. Let's not talk about this for now. Tomorrow is my wedding day. We'll talk about it after tomorrow. Long Shersan's face was still as confident as ever, as though no matter how powerful the opponent was, it wouldn't faze him. As far as I know, Qi Jin has been here since yesterday, but he hasn't challenged you. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely going to make a scene at your wedding tomorrow. Yang Bufan said. Humph. I'll make anyone who dares to ruin my wedding pay a hefty price. Long Shersan harumphed coldly. He didn't care who it was. Tomorrow was the most important day of his wedding. Long Shersan wouldn't let the other party off easily if they dared to ruin his wedding. Just as everyone was drinking and chatting merrily, a man walked into the hall in a panic. He was none other than Shan Chong of Genius Prefecture. Shan Chong was at the same level as Yang Lang. They had entered the Golden Horizon together. He was supposed to stay in seclusion in Genius Prefecture, but now he had come here. Shan Chong, what happened? Yang Bufan asked. From Shan Chong's flustered expression, it wasn't hard to tell that something must have happened in Genius Prefecture, and it wasn't a small matter. Otherwise, Shan Chong wouldn't be so flustered. King Fan, something has happened in Genius Prefecture. Shan Chong said. A peerless monstrous genius has emerged in the forbidden land of Genius Prefecture. The entire prefecture has fallen into a great shock. Now that the Emperor and Old Ancestor have appeared, they can't suppress it. Not good. It's the heaven-devouring devil ape. Chapter 1833. Yang Bufan recalled Jiang Chen's words. The cultivation base of the heaven-devouring devil ape was at least at the level of a peerless venerable. Since the devil ape could break free from Yang Juanlong's imprisonment, it indicated that he was no longer a peerless venerable, but a mighty half-step sovereign. At the thought of this, cold sweat trickled down Yang Bufan's forehead. That was a mighty half-step sovereign. Even if the entire Great Qian Empire was mobilized, they wouldn't be able to resist it, unless Xiao Wangqing appeared. But how could he pin all his hopes on Xiao Wangqing? The emergence of the heaven-devouring devil ape was like the arrival of doomsday to the entire Great Qian Empire. It was an extremely brutal and bloodthirsty creature. Once it broke out of the prison, the entire empire would be flooded with rivers of blood. Plus, the heaven-devouring devil ape hated Yang Junlong very much. Once it broke out of the prison, it would surely turn all its hatred into killing intent. It wouldn't stop until it killed everyone in Great Qian Empire. What's going on? Long Shersan sensed the seriousness of the situation and asked. Great Qian Empire is facing a real danger. In the past, Old Ancestor had imprisoned a heaven-devouring devil ape in the depths of Genius Prefecture. Now, it's very likely that the ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm and is about to break out of the prison. I'm afraid that even if my father, the old emperor, and the supreme elders join hands, they won't be able to suppress it. Yang Bufan said in a solemn tone. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, there was nothing to hide about this matter. He just didn't pay attention to it before. Come, let's go and have a look. Long Shersan said. Monkey, don't go there. The heaven-devouring devil ape can't be dealt with. It's useless even if you go there. I'll go back now and tell the truth to my father and the others. Ask them to disperse the people of Genius Prefecture immediately. Yang Bufan said. Now that Great Qian Empire had reached the most critical juncture, nothing was more important than saving their lives. The matter of the heaven-devouring devil ape was almost a secret to Great Qian Empire. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, what Yang Bufan needed to do now was to tell Yang Yu about it, so that he could prepare a countermeasure before the devil ape came out. No, the foundation of Great Qian Empire can't be destroyed in the hands of a devil ape. Don't forget that I'm the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. There are two noble bloodlines in the ancient ape race. One is the Battle Saint Ape and the other is the heaven-devouring devil ape. The Battle Saint Ape is the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. The bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape can greatly suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. I happen to have the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape. It's not easy to encounter a heaven-devouring devil ape. This is a great opportunity that I can't miss. Long Shersan said. His fiery golden eyes kept glinting. His decision to go to Genius Prefecture wasn't because of the Brotherhood, but absolutely not because of recklessness. He felt that this might be a great opportunity for him. Qi Jin might attack him tomorrow, but the heaven-devouring devil ape had appeared today. Wasn't this an opportunity? Monkey is right. The Battle Saint Ape is indeed the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Given our current situation, I'm afraid that Monkey is the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. Let's go and have a look. Great Qian Empire is in trouble now. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Tyrant said. That's right. Tyrant has the powerful God Trembling Monument which can play a crucial role. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Han Yen stood up as well. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Yang Bufan clasped his fists at them, then took the lead and flew towards the direction of Great Qian Empire. Long Shersan, Han Yen, Tyrant and the others followed suit. This matter was related to the life and death of Great Qian Empire. To them, it was an obligation that they couldn't shirk. Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. At this moment, Genius Prefecture had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil. The forbidden land that no one could approach during normal days was now billowing with smoke. From time to time, there would be powerful tremors that shook the entire land of Genius Prefecture. An invisible pressure pervaded above everyone's head, making them feel incomparably uncomfortable. Black mist constantly spewed out from that part of the void, and the spatial crack grew larger and larger, as though it could explode at any time, causing the entire void to explode. In the void, the old emperor, the two supreme elders, and the powerful experts that usually didn't show up had appeared. There were a total of 3 late immortal venerables, 6 intermediate immortal venerables, and dozens of early immortal venerables. This was the true strength of Great Qian Empire. When the empire was in trouble, all of them stood up without hesitation. Under the leadership of the old emperor, all the immortal venerables exerted all their strength, striking out countless divine light towards the void, trying to push back the living being inside. What kind of powerful existence is inside? It's just too terrifying. Even the immortal venerables of the empire can't suppress it. I have no idea. This place has been a forbidden area for a long time. All those who have entered this place have died. Only Jiang Chen has walked out alive. Perhaps, Jiang Chen knows what's inside this place. We can't find any trace of Jiang Chen now. Even if Jiang Chen has returned, I'm afraid that he won't be of any help. Even the old emperor and the others couldn't suppress it. What's the use of Jiang Chen? I have a strong feeling of uneasiness in my heart. This might be the most dangerous time for Genius Prefecture. Countless disciples were hovering outside. Under the order of the old emperor, no one was allowed to get too close to the place. It was too dangerous. This wasn't a joke. The old emperor should know what kind of powerful existence was inside. That was why his face was filled with worry. Old emperor, what exactly is hidden inside? Why is it so terrifying? An elder asked. There's no harm in telling you all. There's a heaven-devouring devil ape sealed inside. It was imprisoned by our ancestor, Yang Junlong. Unexpectedly, not only did this devil ape not die, but its cultivation base has also improved tremendously. Now that it's about to break out of the seal, I'm afraid that its cultivation base has already reached a level that even you and I can't reach. The old emperor didn't continue to conceal it and told them about the situation of the heaven-devouring devil ape. In the entire Great Qian Empire, he was the only one who knew the secret of the devil ape. All along, he had never taken it seriously because he believed in Yang Junlong's means. He was certain that the devil ape wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. After so many years, he had even forgotten about this hidden calamity of the empire. Never had he thought that the devil ape would suddenly break out of the seal. Chapter 1834. After listening to the old emperor's words, everyone's face changed dramatically. As powerful immortal venerables, which one of them wasn't knowledgeable? The heaven-devouring devil ape was a rare beast that only existed in the legends. Now that it had appeared in Great Qian Empire, they couldn't remain calm anymore. The legendary heaven-devouring devil ape is one of the most bloodthirsty species in the world. It is said that this devil ape has a divine ability that can devour everything. There is an ancient legend that in ancient times, there was a peak heaven-devouring devil ape that could even devour the sky. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even old ancestor Yang Junlong could only imprison it instead of killing it. This is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks the seal, none of us will survive. It's said that only the bloodline of a battle saint ape can restrain and suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. Unfortunately, where are we going to find a battle saint ape? The scene was in complete chaos. The higher-ups of Great Qian Empire began to feel somewhat disheartened, especially when they saw that the seal was about to break. Despite so many of them joining forces, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to cause the slightest bit of influence or hindrance. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded from the seal. The roar sounded as though it came from hell. It was full of endless evil, sending chills down everyone's spine. Many of the disciples of Great Qian Empire felt their souls trembling, as though they had fallen into hell on earth. Everyone was shocked. The heaven-devouring devil ape's roar from inside the seal was enough to make their chi and blood surge. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and this was because of the obstruction of the seal. If it wasn't for the seal, the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar would have killed countless people. Hung Long. All of a sudden, a destructive force that was 10 times stronger than before spread out from the seal. Under the impact of this force, the seal was instantly broken. The joint attack of dozens of immortal venerables was useless. A huge hole was blasted in the void, black smoke billowing out. Arg! Many of the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire let out miserable shrieks. They had all suffered a tremendous backlash. One by one, they were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Some of them even began to spurt out blood arrows in mid-air. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. The heaven-devouring devil ape was very likely to have already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Even the old emperor could be killed in a breath, let alone the others. The thick black smoke continued to roll and directly turned into demonic chi that soared into the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, a figure slowly emerged. It was an incomparably majestic demonic ape. Its body was 10 feet tall, and its body was covered with black hair. Each black hair was like a sharp steel needle, and it could pierce through the void with a casual movement. The demonic ape was born. Its black eyes were like camel bells, and there was a black demonic aura lingering around it. This was an unparalleled great demon, and its body emitted a bloodthirsty aura of slaughter. There was no need to think about it to know that it was a terrifying killing machine that could destroy the world. My God! Is that the heaven-devouring devil ape? It's too terrifying. The aura of a half-step sovereign isn't something we can resist. Great Qian Empire is really in danger now. A powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. It's a ferocious creature that only exists in the legends. Once it's released, it will absolutely wreak havoc. Great Qian Empire was in complete chaos. Despite the alliance of dozens of immortal venerables, they still couldn't stop the heaven-devouring devil ape from breaking out of the seal. To the entire empire, this was an unimaginable doomsday. Haha. Yang Junlong, I'm finally out of the prison that imprisoned me in the past. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. I'm going to kill everyone here to relieve myself of the pain of being imprisoned for so many years. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared with laughter. The disciples of Great Qian Empire couldn't bear the impact of such a powerful sound wave. Many of them began to spurt out blood. Old Emperor, what should we do now? Emperor Yang Yu asked. Run. Everyone, run for your lives at once. We can't stay here any longer. The heaven-devouring devil ape has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. He's going to attack all of us. The old emperor's face turned pale. He made the right choice at once, but he knew that it was already too late to escape now. Whoosh! At this time, silhouettes flew over from afar. They were none other than Long San and the others who had arrived at the critical moment. They were incomparably shocked when they saw the excited and frenzied heaven-devouring devil ape. This was their first time seeing the heaven-devouring devil ape. Just from its appearance, they could tell how ferocious it was. What are you guys doing back? Hurry up and leave. Yang Yu's bloodshot eyes widened when he saw Yang Bufan and the others returning at this time. He roared at them, almost dying from anger. Great Qian Empire was facing its doomsday. At this time, preserving one's life was the most important thing. Yang Bufan was the bloodline of Yang family. It would be best if he could get out of danger. Besides, Yang Bufan had already gone to exquisite paradise, so he should be safe. But unexpectedly, these bastards came back at this time. Weren't they courting death? Haha, a few more kids have come to seek death. Seeing the arrival of Yang Bufan and the others, heaven-devouring devil ape stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. In any case, in his opinion, Great Qian Empire was about to be finished and had already become his food. He liked to see the despairing expression of people. The scene of people slowly dying in despair fascinated him. Now, there was no need to mention how carefree he was. Father, it seems like you all know that this heaven-devouring devil ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm. No one in the entire Great Qian Empire is his match. Yang Bufan came to the side of Yang Yu and the old emperor and said, I knew you would come back. Yang Yu scolded Yang Bufan. This was the son he was most proud of. Originally, he could have avoided this calamity, but now, this son had delivered himself to his door. This made him want to slap Yang Bufan back to where he came from. Roar. Chapter 1835. The sudden appearance of the battle saint ape immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the heaven-devouring devil ape. It's Long San. Long San is a battle saint ape. He possesses the complete bloodline of a battle saint ape. Only his bloodline can restrain the heaven-devouring devil ape. This is great. Our empire is saved. Don't celebrate too early. Although San has the advantage of bloodline, his cultivation base is still too weak, especially when compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape. The gap between him and the devil ape is too big. However, we're truly grateful that he helped us face the terrifying heaven-devouring devil ape. The appearance of Long San had calmed the emotions of many people of Great Qian Empire. They more or less saw some hope, but due to the huge gap between Long San and the heaven-devouring devil ape's cultivation base, the outcome would be worrying. Yang Yu, the old emperor and those immortal venerables were staring at the sky. They knew how powerful Long San was. He was a miracle that could survive after being killed by Old Ancestor Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Recently, he had become a celebrity in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was grateful that he could appear here today. Regardless of whether Long San could fight the heaven-devouring devil ape or not, he was the last and only hope of Great Qian Empire. In the sky, the heaven-devouring devil ape's facial expression finally changed when he saw the saint ape standing opposite him. Battle Saint Ape. There's actually a battle saint ape in this heavens and earth. The heaven-devouring devil ape's tone was incomparably gloomy. Although he had the body of a half-step sovereign, his soul began to feel uneasy in front of the battle saint ape. It was the suppression of the bloodline. The hierarchy of the Saint Ape clan was strict. The battle saint ape was the supreme bloodline of the ape clan. It ruled the entire ape clan and was the absolute bloodline of the emperor. All the other ape clans had to respect and submit to it, including the heaven-devouring devil ape. For a long time, the bloodline of the battle saint ape had restrained the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape. However, since ancient times, the sacred battle ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape had almost disappeared. The heaven-devouring devil ape felt that it was the only one in the world and nothing could suppress it. However, it did not expect another sacred battle ape to appear. Devil ape, you've encountered the supreme bloodline of the ape race. Are you still not going to kneel? Long Xueqi said. He was incomparably proud. He was the noblest existence in the ape clan. Even in the face of the powerful devil ape, Long Xueqi still couldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The heaven-devouring devil ape's face turned incomparably unsightly. It was absolutely impossible for him to kneel. You'd better stay out of my business. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite even if you're a battle saint ape. The devil ape gritted his teeth and spoke. He had been feeling depressed after being sealed by Yang Junlong for so many years. Now that he was finally able to get out, he must go on a killing spree and take revenge. No one would be able to stop him. If the battle saint ape in front of him had the same cultivation base as him, he was afraid that he would have already fled, but the opponent's cultivation base was merely at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm, which was worlds apart from him. At most, the battle saint ape could suppress him in terms of bloodline. It was absolutely impossible for a half-step immortal venerable saint ape to make him retreat. This scene was witnessed by everyone in Great Qian Empire. Everyone's expression was filled with nervousness. The only thing that comforted them was that the devil ape seemed to have an innate fear of the battle saint ape. Otherwise, given the devil ape's character, they were afraid that he would have already killed Long Xueqi with a single slap. Unfortunately, the devil ape didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Just as everyone had expected, Long Xueqi only had the advantage of bloodline in the face of the devil ape. The gap in cultivation base wasn't small. I, Long Xueqi, am determined to interfere in today's matter. Long Xueqi's chi fluctuated. The battle force in his body began to fuse. The battle saint technique was the most effective way to deal with the devil ape. Haha, kid, you're too arrogant. I might be afraid of you if your cultivation base is the same as mine, but unfortunately, the gap between us is too huge. Since you don't know the meaning of death, I'll kill you today. Once I kill the last battle saint ape in the heavens and earth, no one will be able to restrain me in the future. The devil ape laughed wildly. He was a bloodthirsty bastard. There was almost no room for negotiation when it came to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. Bang! Then, the devil ape made his move. He raised his huge black palm that was filled with terrifying black demonic chi and slammed it towards Dragon Xueqi. Battle Saint technique. Bloodline suppression. Long Xueqi roared. Even in the face of a powerful half-step sovereign, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He displayed the powerful Battle Saint technique. Under the burning of the Saint Ape's bloodline, the power of the devil ape began to weaken. When the black devil wave came in contact with the Saint Ape's bloodline, it was as if it had encountered its natural enemy and began to shrink. Damn it! The devil ape cursed. This situation made him want to vomit blood. There was nothing in this world that could restrain him like the Battle Saint Ape's bloodline. Under the suppression of the Battle Saint Ape's bloodline, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of his strength. This was a real bloodline suppression, which was much more terrifying than Jiang Chen's flame suppression. Bang! Even so, the huge palm still pressed down and sent Xueqi flying dozens of feet away. As a powerful half-step emperor, even if Xueqi only had 1/10 of his battle strength, it was still not something that Xueqi could contend against. The bloodline suppression is too great, but the gap between our cultivation is also huge. Han Yen sighed. Boy, I don't want to kill you. Get out of here and don't hinder me, said the devil ape viciously. Although he wanted to kill Xueqi, the process of fighting with the Battle Saint Ape was incomparably painful for him. Not only could his bloodline not exert any advantage, but it would also shrink back, which made him feel extremely aggrieved and depressed. That's right, Xueqi. 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 Moreover, the devil ape seemed to have some understanding of the battle saint technique. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill the battle saint ape, even with his half-step sovereign body. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about hurting a single person of the Great Qian Empire. Long Xueqi was incomparably domineering because he knew very well that he couldn't back down at this moment. Chapter 1836. Long Xueqi couldn't retreat. Although he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with the devil ape, he was very clear that if he retreated, the entire Great Qian Empire would be finished. Therefore, he had to persevere and do his best to stop the devil ape. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Long Xueqi couldn't predict the outcome of today's battle. He might not be able to resist the devil ape and be injured by it in the end, which would lead to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. But no matter what the outcome was, he had to work hard. What Long Xueqi had to do was to have a clear conscience. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. The devil ape almost went berserk. He felt that he had given a chance to Long Xueqi, but Long Xueqi didn't know how to cherish it. It was one thing that he didn't want to fight with the battle saint ape, but it was another thing whether he could kill the battle saint ape or not. Since Long Xueqi insisted on blocking his way, there was nothing else to say. It seemed that if he wanted to destroy Great Qian Empire, he had to kill Long Xueqi first. Rumble. The devil ape attacked once again. His violent palm pressed towards Dragon Xueqi with boundless destructive energy. Dragon Xueqi's expression changed slightly. His opponent was too powerful. A half-step sovereign wasn't someone he could fight. If it wasn't for the suppression of his bloodline, he would have to run for his life. Otherwise he would be dead. Dragon Xueqi didn't have the strength to fight against the devil ape. If it wasn't for his bloodline suppressing the devil ape's power, he would have to run for his life. Fighting symbol art. Long Xueqi also went crazy. He was a battle maniac. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He exerted the battle saint technique to the extreme. The powerful fighting symbol art flickered in the void and collided with the devil ape. Rumble. The sky was smashed. In the end, Long Xueqi wasn't a match for the devil ape and was sent flying away again. Barf. This time, Xueqi suffered a greater impact than before. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his aura began to become chaotic. If it wasn't for the strength of his body and the advantage of his bloodline, he would have died more than 100 times from that attack. Be careful, brother Xueqi. Lan Lingji spoke worriedly. Tomorrow was their wedding day. What would Lan Lingji do if something happened to Xueqi today? Not good. Dragon Xueqi isn't a match for the devil ape. His bloodline might be able to suppress the devil ape, but the gap between their cultivation bases is too big. That's right. If Xueqi can't stop the devil ape, then our Great Qian Empire will be finished. No one can save us. This devil ape hates Patriarch Yang Junlong to the bone. Now that it has broken out of the prison and can't find the Patriarch, it is venting all its resentment on us. The faces of the people of Great Qian Empire turned pale. Long Xueqi was their only hope. If Long Xueqi couldn't make it, no one would be able to save their empire. But now, it seemed that Long Xueqi's condition wasn't very good. After all, the devil ape was just too powerful. I told you to leave, but you didn't. I won't give you a second chance. So what if you're a battle saint ape? You'll die in my hands eventually. After I kill you, there will no longer be a battle saint ape in this world. I'll be the supreme ape of the ape race. The devil ape's murderous intent was unparalleled. After repelling Long Xueqi, it pounced at Long Xueqi again. It seemed that it didn't intend to give Long Xueqi any chance. Ba. At this moment, a voice that sounded like a great bell resounded. Tyrant made his move. Like a young Buddha, he flew up to the sky and stood side by side with Long Xueqi. Given his strength, it was no different from courting death to stand against the devil ape. However, Tyrant also had his trump card, the God-Trembling Monument. Above Tyrant's head was a huge scarlet monument that was 100 feet in size. It was engraved with mysterious runes and emitted an ancient aura. Under Tyrant's control, the God-Trembling Monument rushed forward and blocked in front of the devil ape. The devil ape, who had already rushed forward, revealed a trace of fear when he saw the scarlet monument. The monument seemed to suppress all evil in the world and was the nemesis of all evil. More importantly, there seemed to be an ancient deity in the depths of the monument, which made the soul of the devil ape tremble. The devil ape was evil in nature, so it was natural that he would be restrained and suppressed by the god-trembling monument. Humph! Trying to fight me with a broken monument? You're overestimating yourself. The devil ape snorted coldly and punched at the steel. He was in a frenzied state right now. He dared to attack anything that stood in his way. He wanted to destroy all obstacles. Although the steel made him feel uncomfortable and suppressed him, the devil ape's cultivation base was strong and he could still resist it. Clang! The devil ape's fist landed heavily on the steel, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void was directly torn apart. In the eyes of the crowd, the devil ape's fist was enough to shatter everything. A steel was about to be smashed into smithereens on the spot, but the reality wasn't like that. The huge steel was only sent flying a few dozen meters away. There wasn't even a single crack on it. What kind of monument is this? Why is it so hard? The devil ape looked at Tyrant in astonishment. He was feeling incomparably gloomy. Today, he had just walked out of the prison and was about to display his prowess. However, he had encountered two weirdos. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they had the means to restrain him. Putting aside Long Shersan's Battle Saint Ape bloodline, this tyrant's monument could also suppress him. Haha, good. Tyrant, you and I should be able to fight him together. Long Shersan laughed heartily. He didn't expect Tyrant's monument to be so powerful. If the monument and his bloodline were to work together, they might be able to tangle with the devil ape. All right. Tyrant nodded. He didn't rush forward, but controlled the stone tablet to collide with the devil ape. The stone tablet radiated endless brilliance that filled the entire sky, forming a region. In this region, the devil ape felt that his origin was being suppressed. As a matter of fact, the monument was a true divine item. However, Tyrant's cultivation was still weak. Although he had gained control of the monument, he couldn't activate the powerful foundation contained in it. It was the same as Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. Although it was a divine item, he couldn't display the true power of the Zulong Tower due to his cultivation. Chapter 1837. Once again, the people of Great Qian Empire saw a glimmer of hope. They didn't expect that the little monk would emerge at this critical moment and was also incomparably strong. Or perhaps, it wasn't the little monk who was strong, but the mystical steel. Without the steel, the little monk was nothing in front of the devil ape. It was impossible for him to suppress a half-step sovereign great devil with Buddhism. As a matter of fact, Tyrant rarely took out the steel because he couldn't exert the full power of the steel. He was just relying on the pressure inside the steel to suppress the devil ape. From another point of view, it was the same as Long Shersan's Saint Ape bloodline. Long Shersan's Battle Saint Ape bloodline could suppress the devil ape, reducing his combat strength to 10%. The appearance of the steel could further suppress the devil ape's combat strength. Under this double suppression, Tyrant and Long Shersan had the possibility of entangling with the devil ape. Hong Long Shersan. Long Shersan exerted the Battle Saint technique to the extreme. Terrifying golden chi waves were everywhere. The space created by the steel had completely enveloped the devil ape. Tyrant stood in the distance and kept chanting. The steel swayed back and forth in the sky, forming a circle. Long Shersan and the devil ape were fighting in the circle. Roar, roar. The devil ape went berserk. He kept roaring furiously. Such a battle was too depressing. The steel had suppressed half of his combat strength and the Saint Ape bloodline had suppressed 1/10 of his strength. In other words, he could only exert 1/20 of his strength. This was the first battle after the devil ape broke out of the prison. It was supposed to be a massacre and a scene of dominating the world, but it turned out to be like this. Long Shersan wouldn't be a match for the devil ape, even if he could only exert 1/20 of his strength. However, it wouldn't be easy for the devil ape to kill Long Shersan. After all, Long Shersan had mastered the life symbol art. It wouldn't be easy for him to be injured. Although he still had the upper hand, the battle made the devil ape feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like an adult fighting with the strength of a baby. In addition to the suppression of the stone tablet and bloodline on his soul, he couldn't unleash the power of his bloodline at all. If it were anyone else in his place, they would probably die of frustration. Good, very good. We've finally entangled this violent ape. I didn't expect this little monk to be so powerful. He has a special technique to restrain the demonic ape. I wonder what kind of divine item that steel is. Don't celebrate too early. The demonic ape is not that easy to deal with. Right now, they can only entangle it. The people of Great Qian Empire seem to have seen a glimmer of hope, but it was only a glimmer of hope. Their mood hadn't completely relaxed yet, because even if Tyrant and Long Shan joined forces, they could only entangle the devil ape for the time being. After all, the devil ape was a half-step sovereign with heaven-defying means. Unless the devil ape was truly eliminated, it would be a great disaster for Great Qian Empire. Old Emperor, what do you think we should do now? Asked Yang Yu. Long Shan and the little monk are buying time for us. We must cherish it. Bring the people of Genius Prefecture and leave immediately, said the old emperor. No, as the emperor of Great Qian Empire, I absolutely can't be powerful at this time. It's better for the old emperor to be powerful. Yang Yu shook his head. Your Majesty, old emperor, we are determined to live and die with the empire. If we leave, the dignity of the empire will no longer exist. That's right. We won't leave. The dignity of Great Qian Empire must not be lost. Your Majesty, this old man has just divined with the heavenly secret. The fate of Great Qian Empire isn't over yet. I'm afraid that there will be more accidents today. None of the elders of Great Qian Empire was willing to leave. An elder in Taoist robe spoke with a solemn face. This elder was a late immortal venerable. His strength was almost the same as the old emperor. He had spent his entire life studying the art of divination. He was much more powerful than Tianji Zi. Of course, his divination index was still slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's great divination art, but he was still able to divine something. Just like this moment, he had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet. There was a possibility that a miracle would happen. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed in the old emperor's eyes. He had absolute confidence in the divination of this elder. Moreover, the appearance of Long Shan and the little monk at this critical moment had already represented a turning point. If it wasn't for their appearance, Genius Prefecture would have already been razed to the ground by the devil ape. Now that the elder had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet, this was absolutely great news. In the sky above, the battle between Long Shan and the heaven-devouring devil ape was getting more and more intense. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gradually fallen into a berserk state. Every move he made was a killing move. Even though Long Shan had mastered the life symbol art, he had still suffered serious injuries. This was a worrisome scene. Rah, rah. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared incessantly. The black devil chi that had been suppressed on his body vaguely showed signs of rising. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You two have completely infuriated me. You two will pay an extremely heavy price for this. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone completely berserk. The hair on his body stood up like steel needles. Both of his eyes turned blood red. His body grew taller once more, reaching a height of 60 meters. The tyrannical chi that was unleashed from his body couldn't even be suppressed by the monolith. Not good. This bastard has gone completely berserk. Long Shan yelled. There was still a huge gap between him and a half-step sovereign. Hong Long Shan. Violent energy suddenly surged out of the heaven-devouring devil ape's body like an avalanche. Under the impact of this energy, Long Shan and Tyrant were like a small boat in the sea, being blown away. Arg. Arg. Both of them spurted out blood continuously. Both of them had suffered unprecedented injuries. This blow had almost made them lose their combat strength. Because of Tyrant's injury, the monolith had also stopped circulating and returned to Tyrant's body. At this point, the alliance between Long Shan and Tyrant had completely failed. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone berserk. There was nothing that could stop him. Rah, rah. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared again and again. The devil wave on his body surged again. After being suppressed for a long time, this time, he was afraid that the heaven-devouring devil ape would really go berserk. It's over. I can't suppress it anymore. Chapter 1838. The elder had already circulated his divination technique to the extreme, but he still couldn't find the problem. The old emperor and the others beside him were extremely anxious as they looked at the elder with expectant gazes. What's going on? The old emperor couldn't help but ask. No, this isn't right. Great Qian Empire's luck hasn't run out yet. There will definitely be a miracle. I have been studying divination all my life. Although I can't predict the past and the future, I won't make a mistake in such matters. Even at this moment, the elder still spoke with incomparable confidence. Just like what he said, he had been studying divination all his life and his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. No one would believe that such an expert didn't even have this little bit of divination ability. But where exactly was the miracle of Great Qian Empire? In the beginning, they thought that Xueqi was the miracle. Later on, they thought that Tyrant was the miracle. But now, both Xueqi and Tyrant were seriously injured by the devil ape. If both of them were killed, where was the miracle? Or perhaps, there was a problem with the divination art? In the sky above, the devil ape had gone completely berserk. Fortunately, the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire had set up a layer of defense. Otherwise, the roars alone would have killed countless people. Even so, many disciples with low cultivation base had an unpleasant look on their faces. Their souls had been injured to a certain extent. I'm going to eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. The devil ape's eyes turned blood red. His huge mouth suddenly enlarged, devouring the boundless chi waves. This was the innate ability of the devil ape. The mighty devil ape could even devour the heavens and everything in the heavens and earth. Now that he was in a berserk state, he flew towards Xueqi and Tyrant. He opened his huge mouth and a powerful suction force fell on Tyrant. Tyrant's body flew uncontrollably towards the huge mouth of the devil ape. Upon seeing this, Xueqi hastily flew up and stood in front of Tyrant. At the sight of Xueqi, the heaven-devouring devil ape became irritable once again. However, he still had enough reason to stop devouring. He could eat anything in this world except for one kind of creature, and that was the sacred battle ape. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape could digest everything, except for the sacred battle ape. If he ate Xueqi, the final outcome would not be him eating Xueqi, but the bloodline of the sacred battle ape. By then, he would become Xueqi's consumable. Haha, demonic ape, eat me if you can. Xueqi laughed heartily. He knew that the devil ape wouldn't dare to eat him. In fact, he couldn't wait for the devil ape to eat him. In that case, the entire devil ape would be devoured by him and become his tonic. The devil ape wasn't a fool. He wouldn't eat Xueqi, but Xueqi wanted to eat the devil ape. If he could eat the devil ape, his cultivation base would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to devour the heaven-devouring devil ape. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Unless the heaven-devouring devil ape lost his mind and devoured him, it would be impossible for him to do that. Therefore, unless there was a miracle, it would be hard for Xueqi to keep his life, let alone eating the devil ape. I won't eat you. I'll kill you. The devil ape roared, his terrifying sharp claws slashing at Xueqi. Bang! Xueqi couldn't resist it at all. Despite his quick reaction, the slap landed on his shoulder. Even his strong body couldn't withstand such an impact. One of Xueqi's arms was shattered, blood gushing out. Tyrant, who was behind Xueqi, was sent flying once more, almost fainting. His body wobbled unsteadily in the sky, almost falling from the sky. Brother Xueqi! Tyrant! Lan Lingji and the others exclaimed. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. The devil ape was just too powerful. Both Xueqi and Tyrant had suffered serious injuries. Given their current condition, they absolutely wouldn't be able to resist any attack from the devil ape. The next time the devil ape attacked, it would surely take Xueqi's life and eat Tyrant. Miracle, miracle, miracle. The elder kept pinching his fingers. He refused to believe that his divination technique would make such a low-level mistake. This was related to the fate of the entire Great Qian Empire and the safety of Xueqi and Tyrant. If there was any mistake, he wouldn't be able to make up for it even if he took his life. Damn it, Battle Saint Ape. Go to hell now. The devil ape hated Xueqi to the bone. The suppression of his bloodline made him feel like dying. After killing Xueqi, there would no longer be anyone in this world who could suppress him in terms of bloodline. Dong! Heaven-devouring devil ape struck out his huge palm once again. The earth-shattering palm shrouded Xueqi. Swoosh! At this critical juncture, an ice arrow pierced through the air. Everywhere the ice arrow passed through, the void froze. The ice arrow emitted an ear-piercing hum, and the cold light it emitted made it hard for people to open their eyes. Hung long. The ice arrow hit accurately on the devil ape's hand and pierced through it. Blood gushed out like crazy. The devil ape let out a roar and retreated more than 100 feet. Who's that? The devil ape roared at the sky. A miracle has happened. The elder who was still divining revealed a look of surprise. His eyes were brimming with tears. At this critical moment, a miracle had finally happened. He didn't know which expert had saved them, but he was sure that the expert must be related to Great Qian Empire. Countless people were excited. The feeling of turning from despair to hope was something that no one could understand unless they experienced it themselves. Draconic Xueqi and Tyrant looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. They could feel the cold attribute of the attacker, but among the experts they knew, there wasn't anyone like that. Everyone inclined their heads and stared at the sky, only to see two silhouettes suddenly appearing. It was a man and a woman, both clad in snow-white robes, akin to immortals. The man was extraordinarily handsome, exuding a domineering aura, while the woman was cold and aloof, akin to the most beautiful celestial maiden in the world. Any woman in the world would feel inferior in front of this woman. This was a pair of peerless lovers, like a golden couple. Little Xueqi, little Yub. Chapter 1839. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is back. Haha. So this miracle is Jiang Chen. This guy always creates miracles. He's the one who came to save our empire at the critical moment. Great! Jiang Chen is back. We're all saved. The moment the people of Great Qian Empire saw Jiang Chen, their eyes were brimming with tears. All along, Jiang Chen had created countless miracles. Jiang Chen was the only one who didn't die after entering the forbidden area of Genius Prefecture. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was the embodiment of miracles. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, their hearts would be filled with confidence. This guy is always playing with people's hearts. Tyrant shook his head, but his spirit was completely relaxed. This was a kind of trust and confidence in Jiang Chen. In his heart, as long as Jiang Chen appeared, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. He could finally rest. Who's that girl? Long Xueqi asked curiously. Although he had lost an arm, such an injury was nothing to him. With the life symbol art, regrowing an arm was as easy as flipping his hand. She's Yan Chenyu, the most important person in little Chenzi's life. Little Chenzi has finally found little you. We should be happy for him, said Tyrant. He knew the relationship between Yan Chenyu and Jiang Chen the best. When Long Xueqi and Jiang Chen met, Yan Chenyu had never appeared. So it was normal that he didn't know her. Tisk. TSK. This guy is really lucky with women. Long Xueqi nodded and praised. At the same time, he returned to his original appearance. Kid, I let you escape last time. I didn't expect you to come back to die today. At the sight of Jiang Chen, the devil ape gritted his teeth. He would never forget what happened in the sealed space that day. At that time, he and a Huang dog almost became the food of the devil ape. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Jiang Chen would have died. Devil heaven devouring ape. Looks like you've finally broken out of the seal. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. You're still unlucky. Today, you've harmed my brother. You'll have to pay with your life. Jiang Chen said lightly. Haha, arrogant brat, with just you? The heaven-devouring devil ape burst into laughter. Me? I'm not the one fighting you today. Jiang Chen shook his head. With a sway of his body, he came to Tyrant and Long Xueqi's side. He supported both of them up and channeled a large amount of wood spiritual energy into their bodies. Little Chenzi, Xiaoyu looks very powerful now, but that devil ape is terrifying. Tyrant said worriedly. Yan Chenyu did look very powerful, and he knew that the ice arrow was shot by her. However, the devil ape was a powerful half-step sovereign with a powerful bloodline. Yan Chenyu wasn't a battle saint ape, so she didn't have the ability to restrain the devil ape. That's right. Don't worry. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled. The devil ape was indeed powerful, but he wasn't on the same level as Empress 9 Yin. Even if Yan Chenyu was injured, she could still fight the devil ape. But with the immortal burying coffin in her hand, she could easily kill the devil ape. The devil ape raised his head to look at Yan Chenyu. His pupils constricted. Only now did he realize that the one who injured him wasn't Jiang Chen, but this woman. Who's this woman? Yeah, I've never seen her before. But she looks very powerful. She has a close relationship with Jiang Chen. She must be one of us. She has such terrifying strength at such a young age. I wonder if she's a match for the devil ape. Countless gazes from the great Chen Empire fell upon Yan Chenyu. They knew that the one who fought against the heaven-devouring devil ape today was not Jiang Chen, but this girl. Girl, are you the one who wants to fight me? The devil ape looked at Yan Chenyu and said arrogantly. Hung Long. Yan Chenyu didn't bother to reply. She struck out with her palm, the profound Yin palm. This was the strongest move of her 9-yin physique. Back then, when she fought against the monarch heaven art of the northern and southern dynasties, they were evenly matched. Yan Chenyu had sensed the power of the devil ape, so she struck out with the profound Yin palm. The huge ice palm blotted out the sky and locked onto the devil ape's aura. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the devil ape. What? The heaven-devouring devil ape, who had been brimming with confidence a moment ago, had a drastic change in his expression when he sensed how frightening the dark Yin palm was. This palm strike had truly made him feel threatened. Roar! The devil ape roared crazily. He struck out with his sharp claws at the profound Yin palm. Rumble! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire void was shattered. The heaven-devouring devil ape let out a miserable howl. His mountain-like body was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Yan Chenyu's palm strike. His entire body was covered in blood, and his sturdy body was filled with cracks. So powerful. My God! How can this woman be so terrifying? The devil ape is a powerful half-step sovereign, but he was severely injured in the first exchange. Amazing! Amazing! If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The whole scene was stirred up. The people of Great Chen Empire who had been suppressed all this while burst into cheers. Fuck! So powerful! Little Chenzi, hurry up and tell your wife not to kill the devil ape. I'll eat him later. Long Shersan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was too shocking. Xiaoyu, be careful. Don't kill him. Jiang Chen whispered to Yan Chenyu. Looking at the injured devil ape, Yan Chenyu couldn't help but shake her head. Obviously, she wasn't satisfied with the result. If she wasn't injured, she wouldn't be able to exert her full strength. Otherwise, that palm would have taken the devil ape's life. Damn it! How can this woman be so powerful? Plus, I can sense the faint aura of a great sovereign from her. I'm no match for her. The devil ape gritted his teeth. As smart as he was, he could tell that even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to defeat this woman. Without saying a word, the devil ape turned around and left. As long as this woman was here, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He might as well leave for now and come back when he had the chance. Want to leave? Yan Chenyu's ice-cold eyes shot out cold rays. With a sway of her body, she caught up with the devil ape. The immortal burying coffin emerged, crushing the void. However, Yan Chenyu had concealed the immortal burying coffin with countless rays of cold light. Therefore, the attack seemed to have come from Yan Chenyu herself. After all, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin was too shocking. It was better to keep it as a trump card. Chapter 1840. No! The heaven-devouring devil ape let out a desperate roar. Others couldn't see the immortal burying coffin, but he could feel its existence. It was the chi of a great sovereign, an unparalleled pressure that made him feel a strong threat of death. It was an unprecedented feeling. Even his soul was trembling. He didn't feel such despair when he fought against Yang Junlong in the past. He could clearly see the immortal burying coffin, which was the reason why he was so desperate. Almost everyone knew about the immortal burying coffin that had shocked the entire immortal world. He, the heaven-devouring devil ape, naturally knew about it. An ancient crystal coffin that was exuding incomparable great sovereign chi. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? The heaven-devouring devil ape cried out in grief. He was very unwilling. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and it wasn't easy for him to break out of the cage and become a powerful half-step sovereign. But now, he had encountered a peerless genius who could display the immortal burying coffin. He was about to die without a burial place. Ordinary people couldn't understand how he felt. Bang! Yen Chenyu remained expressionless and cold. She didn't care about the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar at all. The immortal burying coffin ruthlessly slammed into the devil ape's body. Arg! The moment the immortal burying coffin slammed into the devil ape's body, he felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. He let out a painful shriek as his huge body was directly slammed into two halves. Strong, too strong. They're not on the same level at all. This woman's cultivation base isn't even that of a half-step sovereign, but she can unleash the strength to kill a half-step sovereign. I'm afraid her true strength is comparable to a great sovereign. She's a real monstrous genius. Haha, the heaven-devouring devil ape is finished. The crisis of our great Qian Empire is finally over. Jiang Chen can always bring miracles. This time, he brought another powerful figure to kill the heaven-devouring devil ape. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid our great Qian Empire would really face the danger of extinction. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was excited. Even if the devil ape didn't die, he was done for. He didn't stand a chance in Yen Chenyu's hands at all. Although the heaven-devouring devil ape was split into two halves, he was still alive. After all, it wasn't easy for a half-step sovereign to die. This was mainly because Yen Chenyu had shown mercy in the end. She had only shattered the body of the heaven-devouring devil ape, leaving him with a trace of source energy. This was specially arranged by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring devil ape would have turned into ashes under the attack of the immortal burying coffin. Monkey, it's your turn, Jiang Chen said to Long Shersan. Shwa! Without Jiang Chen's reminder, Long Shersan had already rushed over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he could devour a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. His severed arm would also grow back immediately. Roar! Long Shersan rushed to the sky above the heaven-devouring devil ape. He opened his mouth, which was like a black hole that could devour everything. He swallowed the heaven-devouring devil ape in one gulp. No! The will of the heaven-devouring devil ape let out a final despairing roar. He knew that he was going to die. He couldn't devour the Battle Saint Ape, but the Battle Saint Ape could easily devour him and digest everything about him. This was the difference between bloodlines. If the heaven-devouring devil ape devoured Long Shersan, his body would suffer the backlash of the powerful Battle Saint Ape bloodline. In the end, he would be the one who would be injured. However, if Long Shersan devoured him, the situation would be completely different. Under the suppression of the Battle Saint Ape bloodline, his bloodline wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the end, he would vanish into thin air and disappear completely from this world. After the heaven-devouring devil ape was completely devoured by Long Shersan, the energy in his body began to go berserk. Long Shersan immediately came to Jiang Chen's side and said anxiously, "Little Chenzi, hurry up. 33rd floor." It was absolutely not an easy task to completely refine and absorb a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. Even the Battle Saint Ape would need a certain amount of time. Tomorrow was the wedding day of Long Shersan and Lan Lingji. It was impossible to completely refine and absorb the heaven-devouring devil ape in one day. However, it wouldn't be a problem at all if they entered the 33rd floor. It definitely wouldn't delay the wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the portal of the 33rd floor and let Long Shersan in. Now, it was up to Long Shersan himself. Yen Chenyu had regained her original cold and elegant demeanor. She stood beside Jiang Chen again. She was an absolute cold and elegant goddess who kept everyone at a distance. In her eyes, there was only Jiang Chen. Whoosh! Han Yen flew up from below and chuckled at Yen Chenyu. "Xiaoyu, you and little Chenzi are finally reunited. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Congratulations!" Han Yen knew that Yen Chenyu's background was not simple. Therefore, when Yen Chenyu suddenly became so strong, although Han Yen was shocked, he was not too surprised. Furthermore, to be able to see Yen Chenyu's growth, he and Tyrant were happy from the bottom of their hearts. "It's really great to see you all again." Yen Chenyu smiled again. Han Yen and Tyrant were truly on the same side. They had experienced life and death together, especially Han Yen. When they were in the Black Sect, he had almost lost his life in order to save her. Yen Chenyu didn't forget about it at all. All right, let's go down. The Great Qian Empire's crisis is finally over, but I guess these guys still haven't calmed down. Jiang Chen said. When they descended from the sky, the old emperor, Yang Yu, and the rest of the higher-ups didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately came over to welcome them. The old emperor took the lead and bowed deeply to Yen Chenyu and Jiang Chen. The others behind him also followed suit. This was a huge favor, and it wasn't something that could be repaid with just a simple greeting. Old emperor, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are on the same side, and I am a disciple of Genius Prefecture. Now that the empire is in trouble, I, Jiang Chen, naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, I'm not too late. If not, Jiang Chen would regret it for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. These words almost brought tears to the eyes of the people present, especially Yang Yu. He felt that his vision was really too bright. He really didn't make the wrong choice. Good brother. Chapter 1841. Brother Jiang Chen. Who is this expert? Yang Yu looked at Yen Chenyu and couldn't help but ask. Today, it was all thanks to this extraordinary girl who was able to kill the devil ape. In Yang Yu's eyes, she was indeed an expert. This is my wife, Yen Chenyu. The reason why I left this place was to find my father. I didn't expect to find little Yu here. This is a great harvest. Jiang Chen embraced Yen Chenyu in his arms. In Jiang Chen's heart, Yen Chenyu was a treasure, the greatest treasure of his life. Everyone was enlightened. Although they had already guessed it, they were still shocked when it was confirmed by Jiang Chen. Aside from being shocked, they were also envious of Yen Chenyu. How many women under the heavens could there be? Not only was she beautiful, she also possessed incredible combat strength. If any man under the heavens could find a woman like her, he would have to thank the gods in his previous life. Haha, brother Jiang Chen is really lucky. Yang Yu burst into laughter. A girl like Yen Chenyu was a prideful woman. She wouldn't even look at an ordinary man. Under the heavens, perhaps only a man like Jiang Chen was worthy of Yen Chenyu. Looking at this pair of golden boy and jade girl, everyone felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Miss Yen, it's all thanks to your help today. You've saved the lives of everyone in the Great Qian Empire. I really don't know how to repay this kindness. The old emperor walked forward and bowed to Yen Chenyu. Although Yen Chenyu was young, she was very powerful. Even the old emperor had to look up to her. Old emperor, you don't have to be so polite. You're brother Chen's friends, so you're my friends too. Yen Chenyu replied with a smile. Being able to help Jiang Chen with something and make him feel proud was the happiest thing in Yen Chenyu's mind. By the way, little Chenzi, you said that you're going to find uncle's whereabouts. How is it going? Only now did he know why Jiang Chen suddenly left the ethereal immortal domain. It turned out that he had found the whereabouts of Jiang Zhenhai. I've found him. He's in the Fengqi immortal domain. However, my father is currently in a very safe place. He didn't come back with me. Everyone, don't worry. Jiang Chen said that the trip to the Fengqi immortal domain this time was really a great harvest. This is great. You and your son are finally reunited in the immortal world. Tyrant sighed. He and Han Yen were well aware of the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. Now that they could reunite in the immortal world, they were naturally happy for Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, you must invite your father to the Qian Empire in the future. I want to properly host him. The old emperor said. Definitely. Jiang Chen said. All right. You and your brothers must have a lot to talk about after reuniting. We won't disturb you any longer. Now that the heaven-devouring devil ape has been eliminated, many disciples of Genius Prefecture have been greatly shaken and need to be comforted. Bufan, bring Brother Jiang and Miss Yen to a quiet place to sit. Yang Yu said to Yang Bufan. He was a very reasonable person. Now that the matter had been resolved, he naturally had to provide an opportunity for Jiang Chen and the others to reunite. In the residence of Jiang Chen of Genius Prefecture, in a quiet courtyard, everyone was gathered together. Regardless of the current situation in the ethereal immortal domain, this moment was worth celebrating. Miss Lan, why are you dressed so joyfully today? Jiang Chen looked at Lan Lingji and couldn't help but ask. Little Chenzi, you still don't know that tomorrow is the wedding day of Miss Lan and Monkey. Monkey was complaining that you didn't come back just now. Fortunately, you came back in time. Han Yen said with a smile. What? Monkey is going to get married? Haha. Good news. Good news. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Although Long Shisan and Lan Lingji didn't know each other for a long time, their relationship was very deep. They had experienced life and death together. Not long ago, Long Shisan had displayed his might in exquisite paradise and became the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. Therefore, it was only normal that Venerable Ling Long would host their wedding. Young Master Jiang, where is Brother Shisan now? Lan Lingji asked the question that she had always wanted to ask. Long Shisan had disappeared after devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape. Although she knew that it was done by Jiang Chen, she didn't know about the existence of the Zulong Tower. Don't worry, Miss Lan. Monkey has devoured the heaven-devouring devil ape and is now working hard to digest it. He will absolutely not delay your wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen spoke. Given Long Shisan's strength, a day was more than enough for him to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. When Long Shisan walked out of the Zulong Tower tomorrow, his cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an even more terrifying level. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lan Lingji felt completely relieved. She had absolute trust in Jiang Chen's words. To be honest, she was really worried that Long Shisan would delay the wedding tomorrow. To a woman, this was undoubtedly the most important day in her life. Little Chenzi, I can see that your cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. You have already reached the late immortal emperor realm. It seems like you have obtained a lot of benefits in Fengqi immortal domain. Quickly tell us about what happened in Fengqi immortal domain, said Yang Bufan. All of them had seen the changes in Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen left, he was only an early immortal emperor. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. He must have obtained tremendous benefits. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything from these brothers. He then told them everything that had happened in Monarch Mountain, including the matters of the northern and southern dynasties and Yan Chenyu. My goodness! Xiao Yu is actually the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin. No wonder she's so powerful. Han Yen was astonished. They really hadn't thought of this. I never thought that the northern and southern dynasties were really the reincarnations of powerful great sovereigns. In that case, I'm afraid that this bastard's current strength is on par with Xiao Yu. That's terrifying. That's right. That person from the northern and southern dynasties is extremely arrogant. No one knows when he will come out and wreak havoc in the world. Now that he has obtained the monarch sword and merged with the body of a monarch, he will be even more difficult to deal with. Tyrant and Yang Bufan knitted their brows. Such figures from the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be extraordinary. They would appear sooner or later. Fortunately, Yan Chenyu was also the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin, which could restrain the power of the northern and southern dynasties. Her existence would more or less make the northern and southern dynasties wary. Oh, by the way, I've obtained a large amount of great sovereign essence in the Monarch Mountain. Ah Yen, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. If you can get some of the great sovereign essence, it will be very easy for you to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Chapter 1842. Han Yen possessed the powerful bloodline of Gu Tianma. Even without any assistance, he would achieve great things sooner or later. As for Tyrant, he had the Buddha's relic in his body. Even the God-trembling monument had acknowledged him. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Tyrant's identity was not simple. He might be the reincarnation of a powerful Buddha. Of course, this was only Jiang Chen's guess. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Traces of great sovereign's chi essence appeared in front of the others like spiritual snakes. Feeling the purity of the great sovereign's chi essence, everyone's breathing became heavy. This was a real treasure. Even with their innate talent, they would benefit greatly from the chi essence. Sure enough, it's a powerful chi essence of great sovereign. It will be of great help to our cultivation. Great Master Howren said in surprise. That's right. Great sovereign is supreme. The chi essence of great sovereign comes from the essence of a great sovereign. It will bring unimaginable benefits to our cultivation and foundation. Mo Wuching nodded his head as well. His eyes shone with brilliance. He couldn't believe that this was real. For them, the essence of a great sovereign was definitely a peerless treasure, especially since there was so much of it here. After refining it, their cultivation base would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Alright, you guys should start refining the chi essence of great sovereign. Try to improve your cultivation by the time of the monkey's wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Everyone nodded. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, they couldn't wait any longer. They took their chi essence and found a quiet place to refine it in seclusion. Brother Chen, I think Yan Qingqing is missing from the list of important figures that you mentioned to me, right? Everyone was in seclusion, leaving only Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. Yan Chenyu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen basically told her everything that had happened in the immortal world along the way. Yan Qingqing was also an important figure, so she was naturally included in the story. Although Jiang Chen was very reserved, a woman's sixth sense was very sharp and accurate. Yan Chenyu could feel that Yan Qingqing was deeply in love with Jiang Chen. Yeah, I don't know how to face her. Jiang Chen sighed. He didn't know how to deal with Yan Qingqing's feelings. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't hide his relationship with Yan Qingqing from Yan Chenyu. Some things couldn't be concealed. Let's go. Bring me to have a look. I also want to see if there's a third woman in this world who's worthy of you other than me and Sister Ning. Yan Chenyu smiled. Facing Yan Chenyu's understanding, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Jiang Chen had never deliberately crossed the threshold of love, but there were some things that he had to face sooner or later. Yan Chenyu was like this, Wu Ningzhu was like this, and so was Yan Qingqing. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He had always left Yan Qingqing in Qingfan Prefecture to cultivate. Jiang Chen had always felt a little guilty towards this strong woman. Tomorrow was Long Shersan's wedding. He could take this opportunity to see Yan Qingqing. Qingfan Prefecture wasn't far from Genius Prefecture. For Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu, they could reach there in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu didn't alarm anyone. They went straight to Yan Qingqing's residence. But what puzzled Jiang Chen was that there was no one here. There wasn't a trace of Yan Qingqing's qi. Brother Chen, she wouldn't have left, right? Yan Chenyu asked. She won't. Qingqing is wholeheartedly cultivating here. She will never leave this place easily. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Yan Qingqing wasn't in Qingfan Prefecture. This made him very doubtful. Putting aside the fact that Yan Qingqing wouldn't leave, even if she was powerful, Qingfan would tell him about it. Creak. At this moment, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. A white-bearded old man walked in. He was Old Man Bai Wang. Old Man Bai Wang was stunned at first when he saw Jiang Chen. Then, he hurriedly came forward and said, Young Master Jiang, you are back. Seeing Jiang Chen again, Old Man Bai Wang seemed a little nervous. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the Jiang Chen of the past. He was a famous figure in the entire ethereal immortal domain. To Old Man Bai Wang, he was an existence that he could only look up to. Old Man Bai Wang, where's Qingqing? Jiang Chen asked. He remembered that Yan Qingqing was left in Qingfan Prefecture under the guidance of Old Man Bai Wang. I was just about to tell Qingfan about it. Young Master Jiang, you are here. Yan Qingqing has disappeared. Old Man Bai Wang said. What happened? Jiang Chen asked again. 2 nights ago, a rainbow light suddenly appeared here. When I saw the rainbow light and arrived here, Miss Qingqing had already disappeared. Oh right, she left this behind in the courtyard. Old Man Bai Wang flipped his palm and took out an item. It was a feather radiating rainbow light. The feather was very big, about 3 meters in size. It was comparable to the divine feather of Sunday. This old man's knowledge is shallow. I can't tell what this feather is. Old Man Bai Wang handed the rainbow feather to Jiang Chen. This is the divine feather of Phoenix. Yan Chenyu said. What? Divine feather of Phoenix? Jiang Chen and Old Man Bai Wang exclaimed at the same time. That's right. This is the feather of the divine bird Phoenix. There's no doubt about it. It has the aura of a divine beast. It seems like that rainbow light is related to the divine bird Phoenix. Yan Chenyu said in an affirmative tone. Oh my God! The divine bird Phoenix has disappeared since the ancient times. Could it be that the divine bird phoenix has returned to the human world? Old man Bai Wang was extremely shocked. He had been studying this feather for 2 days. He felt that it was very mysterious, but he couldn't believe that it had anything to do with the divine bird phoenix. It seems like Qingqing has been taken away by some unknown divine bird. To Qingqing, this is probably a great fortune. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing's talent could only be considered as average. No matter how hard she worked, she would never be able to compete with them. She would never be able to follow in their footsteps. Now that the divine bird phoenix had arrived and taken Yan Qingqing away, it seemed like the divine bird phoenix had taken a fancy to her. To Yan Qingqing, this might be a great fortune. Jiang Chen used the great divination art to divine for a while. After confirming that this was Yan Qingqing's fortune, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Looks like this Qingqing is also an extraordinary person. Only a girl like her is worthy of Big Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The people around him were all very mysterious. Yan Chenyu was the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin. Wu Ningzhu had obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao, and now, Yan Qingqing had been taken away by the divine bird phoenix. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he was very honored. Chapter 1843. Divine beasts were the noblest existences in the heaven and earth. They had supreme bloodlines and were the symbol of auspiciousness. The arrival of a divine beast represented an auspicious omen. Unfortunately, divine beasts were too rare in the immortal world. Even if they existed, they only inherited the bloodline of divine beasts and their numbers were very few. The bloodline of divine beasts in the immortal world was unique. Long Shersan's battle saint ape, De Huang's mutated dragon horse bloodline, Qilin, white tiger, Qilin, and the mighty divine phoenix. It was conceivable that it was also unique. It was very difficult for a true divine beast to appear in the heavens and earth. It was an existence that was comparable to a divine being. Their bloodline had the potential to become a divine being. In other words, as long as they were given enough time to grow, they would become a divine being sooner or later. Jiang Chen felt that the divine beasts wouldn't go extinct. It was just that they didn't exist in the immortal world. Above the immortal world, there might be a supreme world. This was the feeling he got as he cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was endless and boundless. The immortal world was about to reach its end, but Jiang Chen had yet to discover the true profundity and secret of the dragon transformation skill. Plus, he was still very far away from it. The road of dragon transformation skill was still very long. The Zulong Tower could explain everything. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, the Zulong Tower had 99 floors. Until now, it had only condensed to 50 floors. The Zulong Tower followed the heavenly Tao. The immortal world naturally had its own heavenly Tao. The level of energy absorbed indicated the number of floors of the Zulong Tower. The higher the level, the harder it would be to condense the Zulong Tower. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt that even if the Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the essence of peerless great sovereigns, it still wouldn't reach perfection. Perhaps, the top of the Zulong Tower was beyond the reach of great sovereigns. The path of cultivation is boundless and has no end. I can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. He liked challenges and the experience of this journey. He liked the feeling of climbing to the peak step by step. It was the same in Saint Origin World, and it was the same in the immortal world. He was afraid that the immortal world wasn't the end. Jiang Chen would never slack off or stagnate on his journey. Jiang Chen left with Yan Chenyu. He was looking forward to meeting Yan Qingqing again. All along, he didn't dare to face Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. But now that Yan Qingqing was taken away by the divine phoenix, Jiang Chen started to worry and miss her. Perhaps, he couldn't avoid this fated feeling. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, Long Shersan was sitting cross-legged on a huge praying mat. The impact of the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape on Long Shersan was undoubtedly tremendous. The law of time here was 30 times faster than normal. It was truly a paradise for Long Shersan to digest the heaven-devouring devil apes. Under the circulation of the life symbol art, the severed arm began to grow back. It was as good as new. Long Shersan didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His cultivation base had also begun to increase. The bloodline of the devil-devouring ape was firmly suppressed by the bloodline of the battle saint ape. It was like a 10,000 years old beast king eating a lowly prey. The prey couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, waves of powerful qi rose from the sky of Genius Prefecture, illuminating the entire prefecture. What a powerful qi! Someone is about to advance to the immortal venerable realm. There's more than one. It seems to be the residence of senior brother Jiang Chen. So many people are advancing to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. This is too spectacular. It's King Fan and the others. Amazing. Truly amazing. Our great Qian Empire has gained so many immortal venerables, and they are all young geniuses. This is great news. Senior brother Jiang Chen is truly a blessing to our empire. Without senior brother Jiang Chen, there wouldn't be a bright future for our empire. That's right. Senior brother Jiang Chen is the great benefactor of our empire. This will never change. He must be recorded in the history of the empire for the future generations to revere. But these are the friends of King Fan, not the people of Great Qian Empire. What do you know? King Fan is on good terms with them. They will always come to our aid at the critical moment. Yesterday, when the devil-devouring ape broke the seal, they all came to our aid despite the danger. This is friendship. You don't understand. The sudden emergence of so many young immortal venerables naturally set off a storm in Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, it was normal for those who were in seclusion yesterday to break through to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. Some of them broke through one level, while some broke through 2 levels, like Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran. The qi essence of a great sovereign had a great impact on the human body. It would change one's temperament, not to mention that they had absorbed so much qi essence of a great sovereign. Their innate talent was superior, so it wasn't strange for them to advance. Looking at the soaring qi, Dongfang Yu and Yang Zanqing couldn't help but sigh. The two of them recalled the time when Jiang Chen first came to Genius Prefecture. They had never thought that there would be such a change today. Such a change was just too fast, catching them unprepared. It seems like our eyesight back then is very sharp. Dongfang Yu stroked his beard. But we have still underestimated Jiang Chen. In my opinion, it will take at least 10 years for such a situation to happen. It's simply a miracle. Yang Zanqing shook his head and sighed. For the first time he felt old. A heaven-defying figure like Jiang Chen had completely exceeded his imagination. Hung Long. While everyone was still in shock, another wave of energy that was even more tyrannical rushed out. That wave of energy was golden and dazzling, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to poke a huge hole in the sky. This was an extremely powerful momentum. As soon as this momentum appeared, it immediately suppressed the other momentum, causing them to become dim and dull. Haha! Master Monkey is out of seclusion. Wild laughter filled the sky above Genius Prefecture. Everyone saw Long San, who was dressed like a bridegroom, hovering in the sky. His body was radiating unparalleled golden light, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boundless qi waves spread out. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Compared to the half-step immortal venerable realm, his combat strength was countless times stronger. It's Long San. He's fine. His injuries have all healed. My God! He has eaten the heaven-devouring devil ape. His cultivation base has actually reached such a terrifying level. He has completely suppressed the qi of the others. Amazing! Amazing! This is a true heaven-defying existence. The legendary battle Saint Ape can fight against the heavens. Chapter 1844. Long San's radiance had engulfed everyone and the entire Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful qi, let alone Emperor Yang Yu. An intermediate immortal venerable like Long San was already strong enough to fight against a peerless venerable. Any ordinary late immortal venerable would be killed instantly by Long San. In other words, the current Long San had risen completely. It was hard to find anyone in the entire East Xuanyu who could fight him. The benefits of devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape were just too great for Long San. Countless people in Genius Prefecture were incomparably excited. They were grateful to Long San. Yesterday, Long San fought the heaven-devouring devil ape and bought time for Great Qian Empire. Otherwise, by the time Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu arrived, Great Qian Empire would have already been annihilated by the heaven-devouring devil ape. At that time, Even if Yen Chenyu killed the devil ape, it would be useless. The loss of Great Qian Empire was irreparable. No one would forget Long Shersan's contribution to Great Qian Empire. No one would forget the scene of Long Shersan fighting the heaven-devouring devil ape despite his injuries. So when they saw that Long Shersan had not only recovered from his injuries but also made great progress in his cultivation base, they felt happy for Long Shersan. Moreover, the stronger Long Shersan was, the greater the benefits to Great Qian Empire. This was for sure. Although Long Shersan wasn't a citizen of Great Qian Empire, due to his relationship with Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, he could be considered as half a citizen of Great Qian Empire. Very quickly, everyone's qi was restrained. Once again, they gathered together and couldn't help but laugh when they saw each other's progress. Monkey, you are getting more and more awesome. You are now a celebrity in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Han Yen joked. Of course, Master Monkey's name is very famous. I heard that Qi Jin wants to challenge me. If he really dares to come, Master Monkey will definitely beat him into dog shit. Long Shersan had the right to be arrogant. Given his late immortal venerable cultivation base, even a late immortal venerable genius of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for Long Shersan. Jiang Chen smiled. Long Shersan's fame had almost surpassed his own, which was a good thing for Jiang Chen. Once he was done with the matters here, he would head to the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain to help Nangong Wentian. Right, I forgot to tell you guys something. I have news about Anan. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen and Tyrant. Others might not know what happened to Nangong Wentian, but they who came from Saint Origin World knew it very well. Furthermore, they were brothers who had gone through life and death together, and they had always been worried about each other. Is that so? Could it be that Anan is also in Fengqi Immortal Domain? Han Yen asked hastily. Both he and Tyrant looked rather excited after hearing the news about Nangong Wentian. That's right. That bastard has an incredible identity. He's the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, he wouldn't believe it if he didn't confirm it himself. What? The Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court? That bastard is so powerful? Han Yen almost fainted. Tyrant was also incomparably surprised. If these words didn't come out from Jiang Chen's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, they felt very happy for Nangong Wentian. Amazing. Little Chenzi. If Anan is the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign and the Sovereign Lord, why should we be afraid of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain? Tyrant said. Anan is indeed the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign and he has already returned to the immortal court, but it's a pity that he isn't having a good time now. Someone has taken control of the immortal court and they don't want him to return alive. Therefore, I will have to return to Fengqi Immortal Domain a month later to find a way to enter the immortal court and help Anan. Jiang Chen said, then told them how he met Han Feng in the inner space of Monarch Mountain and what happened to Nangong Wentian. Han Yen and Tyrant knitted their brows and began to worry. They weren't fools. They could naturally tell Nangong Wentian's current situation from Jiang Chen's words. What kind of existence was the immortal court? It was the supreme existence that stood at the peak of the immortal world. The more powerful a place was, the harder it was to survive. After the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, the immortal court had already changed its master. Now that Heaven's Sovereign had returned to the immortal court, there would naturally be someone who didn't want him to have a good time. Even if Nangong Wentian was the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to change the situation of the immortal court. That was why he needed help from Jiang Chen. It seems like Anan isn't having a good time, but if you enter the immortal court, you will surely be able to help Anan, said Han Yen. Jiang Chen was the person they admired the most in this world. All along, there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. Nangong Wentian also noticed this, which was why he asked Han Feng to look for Jiang Chen everywhere. The immortal world was just too vast. It wouldn't be easy for them to thrive like they did in Saint Origin World. Although they were very strong now, the opponents they would face would be much stronger. There was still a long way to go in the future. At this time, an old woman holding a walking stick suddenly descended from the sky and came to the courtyard where Jiang Chen was. As soon as she saw Long Shersan and Lan Lingji, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Saintess, what the hell are you and young Master Long doing? Today is your wedding day. Immortal Venerable has asked me to bring you back. Many guests have already arrived. The old woman spoke anxiously. Yeah, I forgot about this matter. Let's go, let's go. Jiang Chen patted his forehead. He had been feeling happy for the advancement of everyone's cultivation base and had forgotten that today was an incomparably important day. Exquisite Paradise had already prepared everything and was just waiting for this pair of newlyweds. However, the two of them were still having fun in Genius Prefecture. Many of the guests had already arrived. If they weren't here, what would Venerable Ling Long do? No one dared to delay any longer. Under the lead of the old woman, they flew rapidly towards Exquisite Paradise. Fortunately, their cultivation base was strong and their speed was extremely fast. Even though the distance between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise wasn't short, it was still a matter of seconds for them. Exquisite Paradise. A festive atmosphere could be felt from 1,000 miles away. All the buildings in the paradise were decorated with colorful ribbons. Many disciples and elders were bustling about. Today was the wedding of the saintess. Naturally, everyone in Exquisite Paradise had to show a festive atmosphere. Everyone was in high spirits. Chapter 1845. A tall platform was built on the largest martial arena of Exquisite Paradise. It was at least a few dozen miles in circumference. As the wedding venue of Long Shan and Lan Lingji, a wide platform was specially built. Just this platform alone was 300 meters in circumference. At this moment, the martial arena was filled with guests. The Valley Master of Celestial Flower Valley, Hua Gai, the Saintess Hua Shaoqian, and the higher-ups of Celestial Flower Valley. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the old emperor, Yang Yu, and many rogue cultivators whom Venerable Ling Long had befriended had come to congratulate them and bring valuable gifts. Today was a joyous day for Exquisite Paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long had always treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Therefore, the importance of this wedding had surpassed everything else. On the tall platform, Venerable Ling Long was sitting on the throne with a face full of joy. Jiang Chen's group arrived very quickly. Long Shan and Lan Lingji flew directly to the tall platform. They had already put on their new clothes and were well prepared. Long Shan held Lan Lingji's hand and came to the front of Venerable Ling Long. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long revealed a bright smile on her face. She didn't blame them for being late. When Venerable Ling Long sensed the change in Long Shan's cultivation base, her facial expression changed a little, because she could feel a trace of pressure from Long Shan. In other words, Long Shan's current strength was very likely to have surpassed her. Good, good. Venerable Ling Long praised. Sure enough, she didn't choose the wrong person. A monstrous figure like Long Shan was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. After marrying Lan Lingji today, Long Shan would officially become a member of Exquisite Paradise. This was a fortunate thing for Exquisite Paradise. All right, let the wedding begin. Venerable Ling Long waved her hand. Plop. Lan Lingji, on the other hand, knelt on the ground with a puff. Tears streamed down her face. She kowtowed 3 times to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long, you've treated me like your own daughter all these years. You've raised me up and even hosted my wedding today. I can't repay your kindness in this lifetime. Lan Lingji burst into tears when she talked about the emotional part. Child, why are you crying on your wedding day? Get up quickly. Venerable Ling Long's eyes inadvertently turned red. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was a sentimental person. Lan Lingji wiped her eyes and sorted out her emotions. She stood up from the ground and pulled Long Shan's hand, turning to face the crowd of distinguished guests. Haha, monkey, kiss me. Han Yen jeered. It's such a joyous occasion. I must give her a kiss. Yang Bufan followed suit. Hee hee. Long Shan grinned, then turned to the blushing Lan Lingji and said, Lingji, look, this is what everyone wants. We mustn't let our brothers down. Then, regardless of whether Lan Lingji agreed or not, he gave her a deep kiss on her lips and showed a satisfied look. Ha. The crowd burst into laughter. All right, I now announce that the wedding begins. First bow to the heaven and earth. The old woman at the side shouted loudly. This old woman was also an immortal venerable expert. Her voice was loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear her clearly. Wait. Just at this moment, a shout sounded from afar. The scene that was filled with laughter turned silent in an instant. Many of them looked at the source of the voice angrily. It was very rude to disturb someone else's wedding at such an important moment. Under the gaze of innumerable eyes, an armored man walked out of the void. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. His head was tied with a rope. His body was incomparably strong and heroic. The qi that was radiating from his body gave people a considerable amount of pressure. It's Qi Jin, the supreme genius of the immortal court. Previously, this bastard had declared that he would kill Long Shan. I had never thought that he would be here on the day of the wedding. This bastard chose to appear at this moment. He must have done it on purpose. It seems like the wedding has to be suspended because of an uninvited guest. Many of them were infuriated by the arrival of Qi Jin, but at the same time, they began to worry. After all, Qi Jin's cultivation base was just too strong. Not even Venerable Ling Long was a match for him. This bastard really didn't come at the right time. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Qi Jin with pitiful eyes. It wasn't just because of the wedding, but also because of the advancement of Long Shan's cultivation base. If Qi Jin had appeared earlier, Long Shan would certainly be no match for him. However, Qi Jin had already made up his mind to stir up trouble on the day of Long Shan's wedding and kill Long Shan to create a great deterrent. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had never thought that Long Shan's cultivation base had already reached a level that he couldn't match in just a day. His appearance at this time would only infuriate Long Shan, which was no different from courting death. Qi Jin, today is a joyous occasion for exquisite paradise. You didn't seem to be invited. Venerable Ling Long spoke Lang Lang. Venerable Ling Long, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Qi Jin will go wherever I want. No one can stop me. It's your fortune that I came to exquisite paradise. Qi Jin was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Venerable Ling Long in his eyes at all. Of course, as a peerless genius of the immortal court and a late immortal venerable, he had the right to be arrogant. Qi Jin, how dare you disrespect Venerable Ling Long? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. Long Shan was infuriated. He would never allow Qi Jin to be disrespectful to Venerable Ling Long. Moreover, he and Lan Lingji were about to go through the wedding ceremony, but this bastard chose to appear at this time. Such behavior had already crossed the bottom line of Long Shan. Long Shan, cut the crap. Come up and face your death. Didn't you say that you will kill every genius of the immortal court that comes? Qi Jin will challenge you now. Let's see what makes you say such arrogant words. Qi Jin looked over at Long Shan and stated his intention. All right. Since you're courting death, Master Monkey will fulfill your wish. We'll get married after I kill you. Long Shan's qi fluctuated. Brother Shan, be careful. Chapter 1846. As a matter of fact, many of them were already prepared for Qi Jin's arrival. Qi Jin had already announced that he would kill Long Shan a few days ago. The reason why he didn't do it was because he had heard about Long Shan's wedding. He wanted to kill Long Shan on the day of the wedding. One should know that such a blow was much greater than killing Long Shan. Not only would he get rid of a scourge, he would also turn Long Shan into a laughingstock. Long Shan's body flashed and appeared in the sky, standing opposite to Qi Jin. He was clad in a red bridegroom's attire that looked very festive, but judging from his appearance, Long Shan's physique wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. Qi Jin's physique was almost the size of 2 Long Shans. Plus, Long Shan's cultivation base wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. In that case, Long Shan certainly wouldn't be a match for Qi Jin. After all, the visual impact was too great. Unfortunately, strength didn't depend on one's physique. If Long Shan reverted to his true form, he would be as big as a small mountain. No one looked down on Qi Jin. He was a peerless genius of the immortal court, a late immortal venerable whose combat strength was comparable to a peerless venerable, second only to a half-step sovereign. No matter how many old ancestors or sect masters were present, none of them was a match for Qi Jin. Similarly, no one looked down on Long Shan either. He was a man who could come back from the dead and kill a dozen geniuses of the immortal court. Who would dare to look down on him? Not even Qi Jin himself would dare to look down on Long Shan. Qi Jin, choosing to challenge me at this time is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Long Shan spoke flatly. In fact, it was true. If Qi Jin had challenged him a day earlier, he would certainly be no match for Qi Jin. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had chosen this time to strike a blow to him. Coincidentally, Long Shan had advanced 2 levels consecutively, which had widened the gap between them. Long Shan, it seems like your cultivation base has improved again, but don't be too arrogant. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. But it's good that your cultivation base has improved. Otherwise, I won't have any excitement when I kill you. It's been a long time since I last fought. What's the point of fighting if I trample my opponent to death like an ant? Qi Jin was incomparably arrogant. Even though he could sense the improvement of Long Shan's cultivation base, he still didn't put Long Shan in his eyes. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, he was overly confident in his own cultivation base. It was the kind of confidence that came from deep within his bones that made him arrogant and disregard everything. This Long Shan does look much stronger than before. In that case, given his Battle Saint Ape bloodline, he might really be able to fight Qi Jin. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Both of them are heaven-defying existences. Although Qi Jin's bloodline isn't comparable to Long Shan's, his cultivation base is higher than Long Shan's. It's really hard to tell how the battle will end. Many people began to discuss it. The originally joyous scene had now turned into a battlefield. No one dared to ignore the peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Be it their identity or status, they couldn't be compared to them. At this time, the ones who looked the most relaxed were probably Jiang Chen, Han Yan and Yang Bufan, because they were overly confident in Long Shan's strength. It was absolutely not a problem for him to kill a genius who was a level higher than him. They were just pitying Qi Jin for choosing the worst time to challenge Long Shan. In their point of view, Qi Jin wasn't here to challenge Long Shan, but to die. Even if he was a peerless genius of the immortal court, it still wasn't a reason for Long Shan not to kill him. Long Shan's attitude towards his enemies had always been the same as Jiang Chen's. He didn't care about the opponent's identity or who the opponent was. Anyone who wanted to kill him would be killed in the end. Long Shan, make your move. Let me see what ability you have to challenge all the geniuses of the immortal court. Qi Jin's qi fluctuated. A pillar of light soared into the sky. The powerful qi stirred the entire void, causing it to tremble violently. The incomparably powerful pressure made the souls of some of the weaker geniuses tremble. An extremely powerful qi was also released from Long Shan's body. It was the qi of the purest yang, forming an incomparably bright pillar of light. The emergence of this qi immediately suppressed Qi Jin's qi. What? Upon seeing this, Qi Jin couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe that this was true. He stared at the materialized qi of Long Shan in shock. Only then did he understand that Long Shan had already reached such a level. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an outcome. One should know that a peerless genius like Qi Jin was invincible among his peers. It was normal for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. However, Long Shan's cultivation base was lower than his, but his qi was firmly suppressed. This alone was an incomparably heavy blow to Qi Jin. Qi Jin, what do you have to be proud of in front of Master Monkey? You're just a weakling. How dare you challenge me? Long Shan's black and white hair fluttered in the wind, piercing the void like sharp thorns. Long Shan, don't be arrogant. My means aren't something you can imagine. Qi Jin was infuriated. He took the initiative to launch a punch at Long Shan. This punch shattered the void, surpassing the limit of space and arrived in front of Long Shan. The punch seemed to have become the only thing in the heavens and earth, locking all of Long Shan's qi, leaving Long Shan no choice but to face it head-on. Of course, Long Shan had no intention of evading it. As an intermediate immortal venerable, he was stronger than Qi Jin in every aspect. Long Shan wore an indifferent face. He threw out a punch with incredible speed, colliding with Qi Jin's fist. Bang! The powerful shockwave directly shattered the void, completely tearing it apart. Airwaves began to roll, erupting with unparalleled destructive energy. The punch completely shattered Qi Jin's fist. On the opposite side, Qi Jin's body couldn't help but tremble. Qi Jin's facial expression turned even more unsightly. He had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first exchange. Such a situation wasn't something he had expected at the beginning. He didn't even dare to think about it. The peerless genius of the immortal court is only a... Long Shan shook his head. Today, he must fight Qi Jin to boost his morale. Chapter 1847. Amazing! Isn't Long Xueqi's progress a little too fast? That's right. An intermediate immortal venerable can suppress a late immortal venerable like Xueqi. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. He's a true monstrous genius, just like Jiang Chen. It's a great thing for exquisite paradise to have such a talented son-in-law. Not necessarily. It's very likely to be a disaster. You have to see who Long Xueqi has offended. It's the immortal court. Although Long Xueqi is talented and incomparably powerful, it's almost impossible for him to go against the immortal court. If the immortal court gets angry, do you think exquisite paradise will have an easy time? Yeah, forget it. Let's not think about that for now. Let's see how the battle between Long Xueqi and Xueqi is going. Although Long Xueqi has gained the upper hand in the battle, Xueqi isn't that weak. As a peerless genius of the immortal court, he must have extraordinary means. Innumerable people were shocked by the speed of Long Xueqi's transformation. They still remembered that when Long Xueqi had just returned from Golden Horizon, he was killed by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. It was a miracle that he had grown to such a heaven-defying level in such a short period of time. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they were afraid that few of them would believe it. In the sky, Long Xueqi's words had undoubtedly stimulated Xueqi's self-esteem. All along, he had been saying such words to others. He had never thought that it would be his turn to say it. Furthermore, due to the fact that he was in a disadvantageous position, he couldn't refute Long Xueqi's words at all. Dragon Xueqi, don't be so arrogant. I admit that you're very strong now, but do you think that you can defeat me? You're underestimating me. Today, I'll show you what I can do. Xueqi was infuriated and decided not to hold back anymore. Now, he had completely regarded Xueqi as a real opponent. He no longer looked down on Xueqi like before. Rumble. Xueqi's hands continued to draw powerful hand seals. A huge hand seal that was dozens of feet in size appeared. It was densely packed with complicated runes. It looked extremely mystical. The moment the hand seal appeared, a thunderous sound burst out and a big hole appeared in the void. This was an ancient seal technique. It was extremely terrifying and its attacking power was unimaginable. The moment the seal appeared, the sky changed color. Long Xueqi, die! Xueqi let out a roar, and a powerful hand seal, like a huge compass, rushed towards Long Xueqi with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This was Xueqi's most powerful attack, and it carried all of his energy attacks, aiming to kill Long Xueqi in one hit. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful magic seal attack, Long Xueqi's expression did not change, and he was as indifferent as ever. This seal technique was indeed incomparably powerful. If Xueqi were to display it, it would be enough to dominate an area. Unfortunately, such a seal technique was still not on the same level as Long Xueqi's Battle Saint technique. Bang! Long Xueqi attacked with Battle Saint technique. The attack of the battle symbol art was far more powerful than Xueqi's seal technique. The radiance generated by the battle symbol art lit up the entire sky, and countless dazzling rays of light covered the entire martial arena. What? Xueqi exclaimed once again. Just by looking at Long Xueqi's attack, Xueqi knew that he was defeated. Sometimes, there was no need for too many fancy moves in a battle between experts. Xueqi was very clear about the power of his hand seal, which was also his most powerful move. But after seeing Long Xueqi's Battle Saint technique, he knew that his confidence was indeed a little too blind. Rumble. The collision between the Battle Saint technique and the powerful magic seal created endless sparks in the void. The void was completely smashed. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new fighting space, the shockwaves of the battle would have caused severe damage to exquisite paradise. Even so, some of the weaker disciples felt their souls trembling, feeling the tremendous pressure. Such a battle scene is really shocking. The strength of these two is too powerful. Even if we old ancestor-level experts were to fight them, I'm afraid that we would die for sure. That's right. Compared to these peerless geniuses, we are not at the same level at all. This Long Xueqi is worthy of being in existence with a powerful Battle Saint 8 bloodline. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Some of the patriarchs from the major powers were extremely shocked right now. A battle like this was something they could never have imagined. Even if they were to go up themselves, they would definitely die if they were to go up against any one of these people. In the air, everything was chaotic. Destructive energy was rolling everywhere. Countless gazes looked over, only to see Qi Tian coughing up blood. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. If he continued to fight in his current state, he wouldn't even be able to unleash half of his combat strength. On the other hand, Long Shan was as powerful as before. The Battle Saint technique lingered around him, carrying a soaring domineering aura. The golden brilliance radiating from his body was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was obvious who would win and who would lose in this pinnacle battle. My God! I can't believe that the famous Qi Jin was defeated so thoroughly. He's no match for Long Shan. This is unbelievable. I think this is normal. If Qi Jin had come to kill Long Shan a few days ago, he might have succeeded. Long Shan's cultivation base has just advanced yesterday. He must have obtained a great opportunity that allowed his cultivation base to advance by 2 levels in such a short period of time. Back when Long Shan was in Golden Horizon, he was already able to kill geniuses who were a level higher than him. It's not surprising that he could defeat a late Immortal Venerable with his intermediate Immortal Venerable cultivation base. That's right. I've been to Golden Horizon and witnessed how powerful Long Shan is. Besides, Long Shan had also displayed his invincible might in the son-in-law selection. Killing geniuses who were a level higher than him isn't a problem for him. Many people were surprised by such an outcome, but some of them felt that it was normal. Those who had witnessed Long Shan's might felt that Long Shan's defeat was understandable. Qi Jin could only blame himself for choosing the wrong time to attack. Qi Jin had left the Immortal Court a few days ago to kill Long Shan. Unfortunately, he didn't attack directly, but chose to disrupt Long Shan's wedding today, making Long Shan's blood spill on the wedding site. Chapter 1848. Jiang Chen, Han Yan and the others wore a calm face. They weren't surprised at all, because such an outcome was within their expectations. There was no way Qi Jin would be a match for Dragon Shan. In the sky, Qi Jin stared at Long Shan, his eyes almost oozing blood. No, this is impossible. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an ending. He had never been defeated in his life. Even among the younger generation of the Immortal Court, he was an absolute elite. Not only was he respected by the people, but he was also appreciated by the higher-ups. His life had been glorious, but today, everything had changed. The existence of Long Shan made Qi Jin finally understand the feeling of failure, especially for someone like him who had always been in a high position. This feeling was really unbearable. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Long Shan appeared in front of Qi Jin with a swoosh. An iron staff appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Qi Jin's head. Cold killing intent radiated from the iron staff. You want to kill me? Qi Jin could feel the killing intent of Long Shan. The killing intent surprised him. In his opinion, even if he failed, Long Shan wouldn't dare to kill him, because killing him meant that there would be no chance of reconciliation with the Immortal Court. Your question is pointless. I have killed the people of your Immortal Court more than once. How much nobler do you think you are compared to those who have died in my hands? Long Shan laughed. There was a kind of self-confidence in this world called brainlessness. Long Shan, do you think you can kill me? Even if I'm not a match for you, you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Qi Jin sneered, still very confident. I don't know where your confidence comes from. I'll give you a chance to run now. Let's see if you can run away. Long Shan's tone was flat, but everyone could hear his determination to kill Qi Jin. Of course, it was normal for Long Shan to have this kind of killing intent. After all, Qi Jin came here today to kill Long Shan. In that case, why would Long Shan be polite? He didn't need any reason to deal with someone who was determined to kill him. Moreover, just as Long Shan had said, this wasn't the first time he had killed a member of the Immortal Court. The enmity between them had long been irreconcilable. This could be seen from the fact that Qi Jin wanted to kill Long Shan. Everyone knew very well that if Qi Jin failed today, there would be an even more powerful expert appearing in the future to deal with Long Shan. This was almost unquestionable. Therefore, whether Long Shan killed Qi Jin or not, it would not change the outcome. Since that was the case, why did he leave Qi Jin alive, leaving behind a strong enemy for himself? Humph! Qi Jin harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he silently flashed into the spatial zone, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, at the same time, Long Shersan also moved. His powerful chi shook Qi Jin out of the spatial zone. How can you be so fast? Qi Jin's expression became even more unsightly. He suddenly felt that his escape today seemed to have become a luxury. Qi Jin, if you were at your peak, I might not be able to stop you if you wanted to escape from my hands. However, if I let you escape in your current state, what face do I have left? How am I supposed to face my friends in the future? The iron staff in Long Shersan's hand shone brightly. He wouldn't give Qi Jin the slightest chance to escape. Seeing Long Shersan's determination to kill him, Qi Jin finally felt a trace of fear, because he sensed the aura of death from the iron staff in front of him. It was something he had never felt before. He had never thought that death would be so close to him one day. Therefore, he began to feel afraid. No one wanted to die, especially when death was really near. The feeling would become very terrifying, causing one's nerves to tighten. Long Shersan, if you dare kill me, the immortal court will never let you go, Qi Jin said, gritting his teeth. Even if I don't kill you, the immortal court won't let me go. Long Shersan shook his head. Long Shersan, as long as you don't kill me today, I, Qi Jin, will never find trouble with you in the future. Qi Jin's tone began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. It was his greatest pride to have today's status. He had the brilliance that ordinary people couldn't have. He still had a lot of good times ahead of him. Death was too strange and terrifying for him. From the moment you decided to step into exquisite paradise, you should have thought of such an ending. Killing you won't delay my wedding ceremony. Long Shersan didn't waste any more words. He raised his iron staff and smashed it towards Qi Jin. This strike had locked on Qi Jin's chi, making it impossible for Qi Jin to escape. Even if Qi Jin exerted all his strength to resist, he wouldn't be able to. He would certainly be killed by Long Shersan. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This shout contained an unparalleled amount of energy and pressure. Even though it was so far away, it still caused everyone's ears to ring. One could imagine just how powerful the expert who had come was. A silhouette appeared in the sky above exquisite paradise. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked about 40 years old. His face was dignified, and his chi was incomparably powerful. He was actually a powerful half-step sovereign. Seeing the arrival of this black-robed middle-aged man, Qi Jin, who was in danger, suddenly felt like he had grasped a life-saving straw. He knew that he would be saved once this person arrived. Long Shersan absolutely wouldn't dare to kill him in front of this person. Unfortunately, Shersan was determined to kill Qi Jin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Qi Jin. With a loud bang, the iron cudgel smashed on Qi Jin's head. Arg! Qi Jin issued a miserable shriek. His head was smashed by Long Shersan's iron staff. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. Hua! This scene caused a huge commotion among the crowd. No one had expected Shersan to be so ferocious. Even when facing the obstruction of a half-step sovereign, he was able to completely ignore it and directly kill it. Boom! All of a sudden, a surge of fury rushed out of the half-step sovereign's body. His face was filled with endless wrath. Long Shersan, how dare you kill a man of the immortal court in front of me? It seems like you are tired of living. Chapter 1849. Everyone in the martial arts arena, including Venerable Ling Long, stood up at the sight of Li Wangye. Their faces darkened to the extreme. Almost everyone knew about the famous Li Wangye. Back then, when Li Wangye wanted to take Jiang Chen away, it was Xiao Wangqing who stopped him. Now that Li Wangye had come to exquisite paradise, he must have a purpose. Moreover, Long Shersan had killed Qi Jin in front of Li Wangye, which was equivalent to slapping Li Wangye's face and the immortal court's face. I'm afraid that exquisite paradise won't have an easy time now that Li Wangye has come. He can directly represent the immortal court. I'm afraid that Long Shersan is finished. I've already said that it's not necessarily a good thing for exquisite paradise to collude with Long Shersan and Jiang Chen. The immortal court isn't something that exquisite paradise can afford to offend. Many of them began to worry about exquisite paradise. As for Long Shersan, he would surely die today. The faces of the people of Exquisite Paradise darkened to the extreme. Today was supposed to be a joyous day, but it seemed that it was basically impossible for the wedding to be carried out smoothly. Now that Li Wangye had come, no one could predict how things would develop, and no one dared to imagine it. It seems like Exquisite Paradise is going to be in big trouble today. That's right. Even a figure like Li Wangye has come. He represents the immortal court. If he oppresses us, how can we resist? Let's wait and see. After all, Li Wangye is a famous figure. Plus, the immortal court won't care about the matters below. Li Wangye's appearance is only for Long Shan and Jiang Chen. He won't make things difficult for us. The people of Exquisite Paradise were feeling very depressed. It seemed that the wedding couldn't continue. Li Wangye would never let Long Shan go after Qi Jin was killed. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu exchanged a glance. Perhaps, only the two of them knew why Li Wangye suddenly came. They were afraid that Li Wangye's purpose wasn't for Qi Jin or Long Shan, but for themselves. Wang Xuanfeng's death had really infuriated Li Wangye. Long Shan looked at Li Wangye. Even though he was facing the pressure of a half-step sovereign, his face didn't reveal the slightest hint of nervousness. Do the people of Immortal Court like to crash other people's weddings? Don't you know that it's really annoying? Shan said coldly. If Li Wangye was infuriated, then Shan was even more infuriated. No matter what, today was his wedding day, the most important day of his life. He was about to bow to the heavens and earth. First, it was Qi Jin, and now, it was Li Wangye who wanted to ruin his wedding. No matter who it was, he or she wouldn't be able to stay calm in such a situation. It's useless to have a glib tongue. How dare you kill a genius of the immortal court in front of me? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. I'm going to kill you now. Even if you die, you can rest in peace in the underworld. Killing intent burst out from Li Wangye's body in an instant. He was going to kill Long Shan for no reason. He wanted to let the world know that the immortal court was inviolable. Anyone who went against the immortal court would only have one end: death. Venerable Ling Long frowned when she saw that Li Wangye was going to kill Long Shan, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even have the qualification to speak in front of Li Wangye. To Exquisite Paradise, let alone the entire immortal court, even Li Wangye wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Li Wangye, the reason why you are here today should be because of me, right? Just as Li Wangye was about to attack Long Shan, a hearty voice was heard. Then, two silhouettes appeared beside Long Shan. They were none other than Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. Long Shan smiled. With Yan Chenyu here, Li Wangye wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. No matter how powerful Li Wangye was, he was still slightly weaker than the heaven-devouring devil ape. It's Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to return after disappearing for so long. Why is that bastard here? Even if he has returned, he should be hiding. Isn't he courting death by coming out now while facing the powerful Li Wangye? That's right. I really can't figure it out. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he should be able to see the danger today. One should know that in Li Wangye's eyes, Jiang Chen is more dangerous than Long Shan. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, many people were shocked. Almost everyone in the ethereal immortal domain knew about Jiang Chen. He was a man who had stirred up a storm in the ethereal immortal domain. No matter when or where, he would always be the center of attention. Jiang Chen had been hiding in the crowd, and everyone's attention was on Long Shan. Therefore, it was normal that no one noticed Jiang Chen's existence. Seeing Jiang Chen, Li Wangye's pupils couldn't help but shrink. A rage that was even more intense than when he was facing Long Shan rose from his body. When he thought of Wang Xuanfeng's death, his killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Jiang Chen, you actually dared to show up here. I admire your courage, but today, you must give me an explanation. Li Wangye's target immediately shifted to Jiang Chen's. What explanation should I give you? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen, don't play dumb. I'm here to ask you, did you kill Wang Xianfeng? Li Wangye asked straightforwardly. Wang Xianfeng was dead. When such news came out from Li Wangye's mouth, it immediately set off a storm in the crowd. What? Venerable Xianfeng is dead? It seems to be killed by Jiang Chen. How is this possible? No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he's just an immortal emperor, while Wang Xianfeng is a peerless venerable who is only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. What ability does Jiang Chen have to kill Wang Xianfeng? This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Jiang Chen. It's impossible for a man to be so heaven-defying. There must be something else behind this. Wang Xianfeng is dead. What a pity. He was a peerless venerable. No wonder Li Wangye was so angry. It seems like the reason why he came here today is because of Wang Xuanfeng's death, and not Long Shersan. Chapter 1850. Wang Xuanfeng's death was shocking, but no one believed that a figure like Wang Xianfeng would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. This had already gone beyond their range of acceptance. Now, it was time to see how Jiang Chen would answer. Li Wangye, you still have the nerve to ask me about this matter? Do you still remember that you promised Senior Xiao that you wouldn't attack me in Genius Prefecture? As a result, you, a dignified half-step sovereign, violated the agreement and sent Wang Xianfeng to kill me. Since he wanted to kill me, I naturally have to kill you. Do you think you will just stand there and let someone kill you? The one who killed Wang Xianfeng should be you, Li Wangye. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. He had admitted that he was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. Moreover, he had downplayed the death of a peerless venerable as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as these words were out, the crowd became restless once more. No one believed that Jiang Chen killed Wang Xianfeng, because no one believed that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Wang Xianfeng. However, now that Jiang Chen had admitted it, it must be true. Wang Xianfeng was an important figure of the immortal court. No one would be willing to bear the crime of killing a peerless venerable of the immortal court. Since Jiang Chen dared to admit it, it was enough to prove that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Jiang Chen. My God! It's actually true. But how is this possible? How did Jiang Chen kill Wang Xianfeng? Even if Xiao Wangqing didn't take away his Sun Divine Feather, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for Wang Xianfeng. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. If Jiang Chen didn't admit it himself, I'm afraid that no one would believe it. I think that Jiang Chen must have gotten some sort of powerful backing. That's why he killed Wang Xianfeng. If he didn't have such a powerful backing, even if he killed Wang Xianfeng, he wouldn't dare to stand out and admit it. Jiang Chen is a powerful man, and a smart man. He will never seek his own death. Since he dared to stand out, it means that he has a way to protect himself. At least, he can prevent Li Wangye from killing him. What reliance can he have? His greatest reliance is Xiao Wangqing, but Xiao Wangqing hasn't appeared yet. It's hard to say. Haven't you noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has improved a lot compared to before? The crowd was agitated. The matter was getting more and more serious. Qi Jin was dead, Wang Xianfeng was dead, and Jiang Chen had admitted it himself. They were afraid that the immortal court wouldn't let this matter go. Even Xiao Wangqing wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. After all, no one had ever dared to challenge the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. Jiang Chen, it's best that you admit it. You've killed Wang Xianfeng. This time, even if Xiao Wangqing comes, he won't be able to protect you. However, I really want to know how you killed Wang Xianfeng. Li Wangye's killing intent was already very strong, but he still asked curiously. Not only did the others want to know the answer to this question, he also wanted to know the answer urgently. No one knew Wang Xuanfeng's strength better than him. Even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it was still impossible for him to kill Wang Xianfeng. I killed him. Yan Chenyu spoke plainly in a flat tone. Swoosh. This time, innumerable eyes fell upon Yan Chenyu. Due to the dazzling halo of Jiang Chen and Long Shersan, plus the fact that Yan Chenyu had been concealing her qi, no one was able to see through her cultivation base. As a result, they had completely ignored Yan Chenyu and treated her as a woman beside Jiang Chen. But now, this woman had said that she was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. This undoubtedly set off another wave of commotion. Who's this woman? She actually has the strength to kill Wang Xianfeng. I don't know. I've never seen her before. She should be Jiang Chen's woman, but how can Jiang Chen's woman be so powerful? From the looks of it, this woman is truly unfathomable. Even I can't see the depth of her cultivation. Yan Chenyu immediately became the focus of attention. She had never appeared in front of them before and she looked really extraordinary. Compared to Jiang Chen being able to kill Wang Xianfeng, They were more willing to believe that Wang Xianfeng was really killed by this woman. Who are you? Li Wangye looked at Yan Chenyu and asked with a frown. That was because, with his perception of a half-martial monarch, he was shocked to discover that this extremely beautiful young woman's cultivation base was actually second only to a half-martial monarch. This was truly unimaginable. He had actually never seen or even heard of such a genius before. You don't need to know. Today is the wedding day of Long San. You'd better leave this place and let the wedding proceed smoothly. Yan Chenyu's tone was very cold but firm. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to talk to Li Wangye like that. There were two kinds of people who would say that. One was someone who had a mental problem and wouldn't even know how they died. The other was someone who was extremely powerful and didn't care about Li Wangye at all. And Yan Chenyu didn't look like someone who had a mental problem. Humph. Little girl, I don't care who you are. You killed Wang Xianfeng, so you have to pay the price. Since I'm here today, I won't let you live anymore. I will kill the three of you myself and get rid of all the troubles in the future. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. His murderous aura had reached its peak. Jiang Chen and Long Shersan's potential made him feel very uneasy. Now, there was another young Zun Qi warrior. This was enough for Li Wangye to kill them without caring about his status. As long as he could kill these three people in front of him, even if he had to ruin his own reputation, it wouldn't matter. Dang! Li Wangye made his move. He raised his hand and a gigantic palm that looked like a heavenly barrier came crashing down. This was the mighty aura of a half-step emperor. Countless people were terrified by it and their souls were trembling. However, Jiang Chen and the other two looked calm. The smile on their faces didn't even fade. Li Wangye was indeed very powerful, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, there was still a huge gap. Moreover, the heaven-devouring devil ape couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Chenyu, let alone Li Wangye. Chen Gij, should we kill him? Yan Chenyu asked. Don't kill him. Jiang Chen shook his head. No matter what, today was Long Shersan's wedding day. He was still planning to let the wedding go on smoothly after everything was over. If he killed Li Wangye, the wedding might not be able to continue. Chapter 1851. Yan Chenyu nodded and asked for Jiang Chen's opinion. She already knew what to do. Li Wangye was arrogant, but he would never have thought that his fate was already in the hands of Jiang Chen. His life or death only needed a word from Jiang Chen. The huge palm had already appeared in the sky. Countless people became nervous. They wanted to see how this girl, whom they had never seen before, was going to deal with the attack of a half-step sovereign. Of course, there were also a group of people who looked calm and relaxed. The old emperor and Emperor Yang Yu of Great Qian Empire were the same. After personally experiencing the incident with the heaven-devouring devil ape and witnessing Yan Chenyu's power, they didn't need to worry at all. If they were worried, they would be worried about Li Wangye. It would be too easy for a person who could easily kill a heaven-devouring devil ape to kill Li Wangye. Yan Chenyu looked over with cold eyes. She casually raised her hand and an icy light was shot out, instantly penetrating the huge palm. The gigantic hand was like a fragile crystal. It shattered with a loud bang. The energy that was drifting in the void dissipated completely. The gigantic hand that was supposed to cause severe damage to the enemy had disintegrated just like that. It didn't even leave a scratch on the enemy's body. Jiang Chen and the other two didn't even budge an inch. What? Li Wangye's eyes widened. This was no small matter. Not only him, the entire martial arena was boiling with excitement. Who would have thought that a peerless beauty that they had never seen before could actually possess such heaven-defying strength? She could even neutralize Li Wangye's attack with ease. By now, no one had any doubts about Wang Xuanfeng's death. Although Wang Xianfeng was a powerful venerable, it wouldn't take him much effort to kill a peerless venerable who could fight against a half-step sovereign. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye was shocked. In his opinion, a young man with such heaven-defying strength was absolutely not an ordinary figure. He must have a great power or background. I've already said that you don't need to know. Yan Chenyu's tone was still cold. If you leave now, it's not too late. The mighty Empress Nine Yin's monarch prestige wouldn't allow anyone to violate her. Given her vision, how could a mere Li Wangye enter her eyes? In the past, Empress Nine Yin's father was the famous immortal execution king, who was doted on by great sovereign Zhang Xian. Her vision was so high that even the sovereign lords of the immortal court couldn't compare to her. Humph! How powerful can a peerless immortal venerable be? Since you're unwilling to tell me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, I'll let you know the true gap between a venerable and a half-sovereign. Li Wangye's aura soared. Since the other party had an expert, he would definitely be much stronger than before when he attacked again. This time, Li Wangye was prepared to use all his strength and kill his opponent with a single strike. Only by doing this would he be able to protect his face. He was a dignified half-step sovereign. If he hesitated to kill a junior for a long time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the world and lose all his face? However, Li Wangye didn't know how ridiculous his words were. The gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign was indeed huge, but it didn't exist for Yan Chenyu. The former great sovereign couldn't even be compared to a half-step sovereign. The gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign was far greater than that between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye moved again. His palm was filled with pulsating flames. The reddish-golden flames condensed into a mighty fire seal. This was the life-seizing fire seal. Li Wangye's flames were incomparably terrifying. This fire seal was his ultimate killer move. This was also the origin of the name Prairie Burning Fire. Li Wangye had used this move to fight against Xiao Wangqing's unmoved sword in Genius Prefecture. Unfortunately, it was still slightly weaker than Xiao Wangqing. Flames were Li Wangye's strongest attack, but it was a pity that he had met his nemesis today. Could he still burn under the intense flames and the cold qi of Empress Nine Yin? Unless it was the supreme flame in Jiang Chen's hand, any other flames would automatically be extinguished when touched by Yan Chenyu's cold qi. Yan Chenyu didn't feel like talking nonsense with Li Wangye. She immediately struck out with her powerful profound yin palm. After all, she was still injured. She needed to exert all her strength to deal with a half-step sovereign. Rumble! A terrifying cold air spread out, directly freezing the space in the sky, completely freezing it. After Li Wangye's fire seal came into contact with Yan Chenyu's dark yin palm, it was immediately hit by the powerful cold air. The fire seal, which was originally burning with raging flames, was instantly extinguished. The remaining energy of the fire seal collided with the dark yin palm. Rumble! The entire battlefield was instantly filled with chaotic colors. A boundless pressure enveloped the hearts of the spectators. Everyone could see that Li Wangye, who was a half-step emperor, was still no match for Yan Chenyu's powerful profound yin palm. His entire body was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away while coughing up blood. My God, this is unbelievable. Li Wangye couldn't even be defeated by this woman in one move. What's her background? This is too abnormal. Isn't this too abnormal? That's a mighty half-step sovereign expert. The people around this Jiang Chen are all heaven-defying experts. Half-step sovereigns have been famous for a long time. But in front of this woman, they are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. This kind of ending was unacceptable to everyone. Before the real fight, no one had ever thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, everyone was still thinking about how Yan Chenyu was going to fight against Li Wangye. Who would have thought that Li Wangye would lose? Of course, the one who couldn't accept it the most was Li Wangye himself. He knew his strength all too well. Being defeated by an immortal venerable was probably the most painful thing he had ever experienced in his life. What shocked Li Wangye even more was the cold energy that was being emitted from Yan Chenyu's body. That was the coldest energy in the world, and it was the biggest nemesis of his flame. Under the impact of that cold energy, his flame couldn't even burn, let alone unleashing its formidable combat power. At this moment, Li Wangye's blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye asked while gritting his teeth. Today, he came to exquisite paradise for Jiang Chen. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful figure. Leave this place immediately. Don't wait for me to change my mind, Yan Chenyu said in a condescending tone. She looked exactly like an empress. Chapter 1852. The entire scene was very quiet. No one spoke. The wedding of Long Shersan was full of twists and turns. In the end, A girl that no one had seen before suddenly appeared and defeated Li Wangye with a single strike. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Most of the people present were already numb to it. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen next. Or perhaps, they wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened today. Li Wangye's face darkened. Yan Chenyu's indifferent attitude had completely stimulated his self-esteem. He had asked her 3 times in a row, but she didn't answer him. It was a sign of disdain, or in other words, she didn't even think that he was qualified to know who she was. This was too much of a blow to a half-step sovereign. All along, Li Wangye had been standing high and mighty, representing the immortal court, a supreme existence. No one had ever dared to ignore him. No one dared to disrespect him. But now, Yan Chenyu's cold eyes made him feel insignificant. Yan Chenyu wanted him to leave right now, and the only thing she didn't do was to tell him to scram. Li Wangye had suffered an unprecedented mental blow, but as a defeated general, he had nothing to say. What a domineering girl. I never thought that there would be such a young figure in ethereal immortal domain. I'd like to meet her. At this moment, an old and deep voice suddenly rang out from within the void, followed by an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was much stronger than Li Wangye's from before. It was on a completely different level and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Swoosh. Countless people's facial expression changed completely. 2 words emerged in their minds. Great Sovereign. That's right. The person hadn't appeared yet, but the voice that came from the depths of the void carried such a strong pressure that made everyone's soul tremble. Apart from a true Great Sovereign, who else could do that? Li Wangye was already a powerful half-step sovereign, but the pressure he exerted wasn't even 1/100th of the pressure this time. This alone proved that a true Great Sovereign was about to arrive. My God! Is this the arrival of a true Great Sovereign? I've lived for so long, but I've never seen the true face of a great emperor. Great sovereigns are high and mighty. They usually don't show up. I've never thought that a great sovereign would come to Exquisite Paradise today. It should be an honor for Exquisite Paradise, but it doesn't seem to be a joyous occasion now. First, it was Qi Jin, then it was the half-step sovereign Li Wangye, and now even the real great sovereign has appeared. This is the first time such a scene has happened in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Normally, a dignified great sovereign wouldn't show up. It seems like the immortal court is determined to kill Jiang Chen and Long Shan. Now that even a great sovereign has appeared, Jiang Chen and Long Shan have no one to rely on anymore. I'm afraid that even that woman is going to die. There was no one who wasn't shocked. A stormy sea was stirred up in the crowd. The shock this time was far greater than before. A supreme great sovereign was a legendary existence to most of the people present. No one had seen a great sovereign before, and no one could understand how powerful a great sovereign was. It was said that a great sovereign could control a deeper level of law and form a powerful great sovereign law in one's body. One could destroy the heavens and earth with just a lift of the hand. Without reaching that level, one would never know how terrifying that level was. The void flickered and an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked out. The old man's silhouette was illusory. He stood there as though he didn't exist at all. He didn't have a strong physique, but the aura of a great emperor emanating from his body had already shown his status. This was a real great sovereign. Countless eyes fell on the old man, including Jiang Chen. This was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen a real great sovereign. Although Yan Chenyu and the northern and southern dynasties were reincarnations of great sovereigns, they weren't real great sovereigns yet. There was still a certain gap between them and a great sovereign. Jiang Chen looked at the elder. Even with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he still felt that the elder was unfathomable. It was a kind of supreme profoundness. The elder had reached the true sovereign realm. Every movement of his carried the domineering aura of the heavens and earth. That was a kind of realm. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Is this the legendary great sovereign? Dragon Shursan's tone turned solemn. Even with his pride, he had to admit that he was still far from a great emperor. They were not on the same level at all. There were many geniuses in this world, and it was common for them to kill people who were stronger than them. However, very few of them could do it. There was an insurmountable gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign. This gap was much bigger than the gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Yan Chenyu was one of those who could do it. After all, she was different from ordinary immortal venerables. She was once the reincarnation of a great sovereign, and she was much stronger than this old man. Her body contained the foundation of a great sovereign, and her intent realm was much higher than the old man's. He's just a first-grade great sovereign. Don't worry, said Yen Chenyu indifferently, as if she didn't care about the old man. First-grade great sovereign? Upon hearing Yen Chenyu's words, Jiang Chen and Long San were dumbfounded. In their minds they had always thought that a great sovereign was a great sovereign, and that a great sovereign was a supreme being. They had never thought that great sovereigns were divided into different levels. After listening to Yen Chenyu's words, they suddenly felt that they knew too little about the sovereign realm. It turned out that great sovereigns were also divided into different levels. Judging from Yen Chenyu's tone, it seemed like there were many levels of great sovereigns. Brother Chen, great sovereigns are also divided into different levels. The sovereign realm requires the support of laws, so there are 9 levels from first-grade great sovereign to 9th-grade great sovereign. A first-grade great sovereign is nothing but an ant in front of a 9th-grade great sovereign. I'll explain these things to you later. You will understand them when you reach that realm, Yen Chenyu said. She didn't explain in detail. They were currently facing a formidable enemy, and they didn't have much time. Moreover, it was useless to explain too much. Great sovereign was different from other realms. Without reaching that realm, one wouldn't understand the terror of that realm. As long as one reached that realm, there was no need to explain anything. Chapter 1853. Jiang Chen didn't ask more about the great sovereign realm. Just like what Yen Chenyu said, it was useless to know more before reaching that realm. Once one reached that realm, even if one didn't want to know, one would still know everything clearly. Furthermore, now wasn't the time to chat. A great sovereign had just arrived. The situation had become tense. Today's matter must come to an end. The power and influence of a great sovereign was undoubtedly great, but with Yen Chenyu here, a first-grade great sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiang Chen knew Yen Chenyu's means very well. After fusing with Empress Nine Yin's body and obtaining the 9 Yin profound heart, her combat strength was enough to kill a half-step sovereign and fight a first-grade great sovereign. It wouldn't matter even if she was injured. With the powerful immortal burying coffin in hand, fighting a first-grade great sovereign would be a piece of cake. Elder Yuan, I didn't expect that you would be here too. Li Wangye hastily approached the old man and bowed deeply. Although he was a half-step sovereign and had a certain status in the immortal court, it was still far from being comparable to a great sovereign. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of a true great sovereign. I happened to be passing by. The old man nodded as a greeting to Li Wangye. He didn't blame Li Wangye for losing to a woman. Sometimes, winning or losing was out of one's control. No one wanted to lose, not to mention a famous person like Li Wangye. His name is Yuan Xiaolei. I have seen him with old ancestor Yang Junlong. At that time, he wasn't a great sovereign yet. Even if he had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he should have just advanced to the great sovereign realm not long ago. The old emperor of the great Qian Empire said. He had met Yuan Xiaolei once before, so he recognized him at first glance. However, even if Yuan Xiaolei had just become a great sovereign, he was still a great sovereign. Once a powerful great sovereign stepped into the emperor realm, it would be a supreme rank. Every great sovereign couldn't be underestimated. Elder Yuan, I have brought shame to the immortal court. Li Wangye hung his head dejectedly. He was in a bad mood. He was a famous figure, but he was defeated by a junior. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. Let this emperor see what's so special about this girl. Yuan Xiaolei waved his hand, signaling Li Wangye to step back. He then took 2 steps forward and stood not far away from Yen Chenyu and Jiang Chen. He squinted his eyes, constantly sizing up Yen Chenyu. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. What a strange girl. She's only a late immortal venerable, but her body contains a trace of great sovereign's foundation. The great sovereign origin in her body is even denser than mine. No wonder Li Wangye isn't a match for her. It seems like she isn't simple. Yuan Xiaolei was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. Although Yen Chenyu looked mystical, her cultivation base was only at the late immortal venerable realm after all. It was very difficult to make up for the gap in cultivation base. Therefore, Yuan Xiaolei wasn't worried. He had the strength of a first-grade great sovereign. He wouldn't put anyone below the great sovereign realm in his eyes. The immortal court is really shameless. even a great sovereign has appeared. It seems like there's no one left in the immortal court. Jiang Chen said with a sarcastic tone. It's more than shameless. It's said that great sovereigns have dignity, but it seems like it's just Uzo. It's our honor that a great sovereign has come down from the immortal court to argue with us. Long Shan spoke. The two of them echoed each other, making Yuan Xiaolei feel a little embarrassed. Although Jiang Chen and Long Shan's words were unpleasant to the ear, they were the truth. Given Yuan Xiaolei's identity as a great sovereign, it was really shameful for him to personally deal with them. The people on the martial stage couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After all, in everyone's eyes, great emperors were supreme existences, like gods. They would absolutely not come down to meddle in the affairs of the immortal domain. This was also the reason why many people had never seen a great emperor in their lives, because great emperors had their own dignity. Generally, they wouldn't act easily. It was the first time Yuan Xiaolei came out to deal with a few juniors. Yuan Xiaolei's face suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. He still needed the face of a great sovereign. It was true that he happened to pass by here and saw Li Wangye being defeated by Yan Chenyu. Now that Qi Jin had been killed, Li Wangye had failed, and Yuan Xiaolei himself had come out, the immortal court would lose even more face if he just let this matter go. Therefore, since he had come, he had to do something even if he didn't want his face. It was impossible for him to leave just like that. You are the famous Jiang Chen of Golden Horizon, aren't you? A very good young man, but it's a pity that you have chosen the path of death. Choosing to go against the immortal court is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. You could have had a bright future, but you have ruined your own future. What a pity. Jiang Chen, by the way, and Long Shan as well. I've also bullied you too, but since I've come out personally today, I won't return empty-handed. As long as the two of you obediently follow me to the immortal court to receive your punishment, you might still have a chance of survival, said Yuan Xiaolei. What he was doing now was to defend the dignity of the immortal court. Jiang Chen and Long Shan were indeed monstrous geniuses of the young generation, but no matter how monstrous they were, they hadn't reached the level where they could threaten the immortal court. However, the two of them had slaughtered the geniuses of the immortal court, which had severely violated the dignity of the immortal court. No one had ever dared to ignore the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. This was absolutely an act of courting death. Therefore, no matter what, the immortal court had to bring the two of them back for punishment. Only in this way could the immortal court continue to rule the entire ethereal immortal domain. Haha, old man, are you making sarcastic remarks? Don't treat me, Jiang Chen, as a fool. The grudge between me and the immortal court is irreconcilable. Your immortal court will never let me go. If I go with you, I won't be able to keep my life. You are a dignified great sovereign, but you are interfering with someone's marriage. Don't you think you are a little too shameless? If I were you, I would have left long ago to prevent others from gossiping about me. Jiang Chen laughed. Even if the opponent was a mighty great sovereign, as long as the opponent was his enemy, as long as the opponent wanted his life, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to the opponent, let alone say anything nice. Chapter 1854. There was no way that Yuan Xiaolei wouldn't be angry. How could a dignified great sovereign be called an old man and shameless? This was a kind of humiliation to him. How could Yuan Xiaolei bear it? Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know the consequences of your words? Yuan Xiaolei spoke Lung. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was courting death. I don't know the consequences. I only know that you are delaying someone else's wedding, which is very immoral. Jiang Chen continued to speak indifferently. He had always had his own way of doing things. Once they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Even if the other party was a mighty great sovereign, he still wouldn't be able to make Jiang Chen give in. Good. It's good for a young man to have such courage, but it's a pity that you have used it on the wrong thing. Since you aren't willing to surrender, don't blame me for being impolite. I will personally take you all to the immortal court. Yuan Xiaolei suppressed his anger. He could already tell that there was nothing he could do with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attitude was firm, and it seemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't leave with him. In that case, he might as well take Jiang Chen and Long Shan away. If this continued, he would only lose face. Powerful great sovereign aura spread out from Yuan Xiaolei's body, suppressing everyone in the martial field. Many of them had already prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently. You'd better not take action. Yan Chenyu spoke Leng. Given the mentality of Empress Nine, she wouldn't put a first-grade great sovereign in her eyes. Even if he was only a peak immortal venerable, he could still fight a first-grade great sovereign. Perhaps his injuries weren't enough to fight a first-grade great sovereign, but if he used the immortal burying coffin, he would be able to fight a first-grade great sovereign head-on. Humph. Girl, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can fight me just because you defeated Li Wangye? How childish. This emperor is going to capture Jiang Chen and Long San right now. This emperor wants to see what abilities a girl like you has to stop me. Yuan Xiaolei snorted coldly and gently stretched out his dry palm. The void was instantly torn apart. The solid space was like a piece of paper that couldn't withstand the slightest vibration. A powerful force gushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's palm, directly imprisoning a large area of space. Jiang Chen and Long San's countenance changed slightly. The power of a great emperor was really beyond their imagination. Under the imprisonment of Yuan Xiaolei, they felt that it was extremely difficult to move their bodies. They couldn't even cast the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen couldn't help sighing. This was the absolute gap between them. They weren't on the same level at all. Still, no one would understand how terrifying that realm was until they reached the Great Sovereign Realm. However, the two of them weren't nervous at all because Yan Chenyu was here to protect them. She was their biggest reliance. For a man, hiding behind a woman's back wasn't something to be proud of. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, being able to hide behind Yan Chenyu and be protected was a very happy thing. This kind of happiness wasn't something that others could understand. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew that this situation was also the happiest thing for Yan Chenyu. Hung Long. Yan Chenyu moved. Her attack was very decisive. She immediately threw out a powerful dark Yin palm. A terrifying icy light froze the entire space. The terrifying dark Yin ice palm collided with Yuan Xiaolei's palm, instantly shattering a large area of space. The space that had already been sealed by Yuan Xiaolei loosened up once again under the impact of the dark Yin palm. Oh! Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but be surprised. His gaze once again fell on Yan Chenyu's body. If he didn't put Yan Chenyu in his eyes in the beginning, then it was completely different now. Yan Chenyu's attack had given him a great shock. What a good girl. You're just a mere late immortal venerable, but you have such powerful combat strength that you can tear apart my imprisonment space. Who the hell are you? Yuan Xiaolei looked at Yan Chenyu and asked the question that Li Wangye had been asking all along. In his opinion, such a miraculous genius couldn't be a nobody. He began to guess Yan Chenyu's origin. With such a cold body and such a heaven-defying aptitude, it should be easy to guess. However, even after thinking about it for a long time, Yuan Xiaolei still couldn't figure out Yan Chenyu's identity. It doesn't matter who I am. I hope that your immortal court won't find trouble with Brother Chen in the future. Yan Chenyu spoke. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was unshakable. Anyone who wanted to hurt Jiang Chen would be regarded as her enemy. Since you won't tell me, don't blame me for being impolite. Yuan Xiaolei moved once more. He wanted to kill Yan Chenyu, but it was better to leave some leeway for a figure like Yan Chenyu without confirming her identity. He wanted to defeat Yan Chenyu and take away Jiang Chen and Long San to establish the dignity of himself and the immortal court. Terrifying great sovereign qi rushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's body like a tidal wave, sealing the entire void, turning it into a new battlefield. He didn't want his great sovereign qi to hurt the people below. The immortal court rarely interfered in the affairs of the immortal domain. Generally, they wouldn't interfere in the battles between the major powers. Therefore, even Yuan Xiaolei had to be cautious when he attacked. If Exquisite Paradise suffered a great loss because of him, it would damage the dignity of the immortal court, which wasn't what Yuan Xiaolei wanted to see. As the qi of the great emperor pervaded the air, Yuan Xiaolei's old body suddenly became incomparably tall and straight. In front of him, a vortex-like airwave was formed. The airwave rotated at a high speed, and it was unknown how much energy it carried inside. In the center of the vortex, there seemed to be a dragon hovering, which made people not dare to look directly at it. That was the powerful great emperor Law. Hung Long. Yuan Xiaolei made his move. The huge energy whirlpool was like an energy ball, crashing towards Yan Chenyu. In Yuan Xiaolei's view, this attack was enough to repel Yan Chenyu without hurting her. Then, he would capture Jiang Chen and Long San and leave. Sensing the power of Yuan Xiaolei's attack, Yan Chenyu knitted her brows. The next moment, the immortal burying coffin appeared in front of her. The instant the coffin appeared, it crushed the space. The terrifying sovereign weapon of great sovereign Zongxian was far superior to ordinary sovereign weapons. The power it exuded was earth-shattering. Under Yan Chenyu's control, the coffin crashed into the huge energy whirlpool. Chapter 1855. What? Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the immortal burying coffin. As a powerful great emperor, it was impossible for him not to recognize the immortal burying coffin. Even if he hadn't seen it before, he had definitely heard of its reputation. In the past, when great sovereign Zongxian roamed the heavens and earth, it was unknown how many experts had died by relying on this coffin. Moreover, how many people in the world had used a coffin as a weapon? The ancient coffin in front of him was filled with the divine might of a great sovereign. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Hung Long. The immortal burying coffin slammed into the energy vortex. The vortex that contained powerful energy instantly exploded, shattering the void. If Yuan Xiaolei and Yan Chenyu hadn't separated the battlefield, the shockwaves from the collision alone would have been enough to flatten Exquisite Paradise. Even so, Exquisite Paradise was still shaking violently, as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What a powerful vibration. Who is that woman? She can actually fight against a great sovereign. My God! Why are there so many monsters around Jiang Chen? He defeated Li Wangye before, and now he can even fight against a great sovereign. It's too terrifying. I have never experienced such a powerful battle before. Even with my immortal venerable cultivation base, my ears are ringing. I can't bear such an impact at all. Everyone was shocked. Such a battle that transcended the heavens and earth wasn't something they could imagine. They had never experienced such a battle before. It could only be described as shocking. Yuan Xiaolei's body swayed. Looking at the immortal burying coffin hovering in front of Yan Chenyu, his eyes were about to bleed. The immortal burying coffin. That's the natal weapon of great sovereign Zongxian. How can it be in your hands? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? Yuan Xiaolei was too shocked. The immortal burying coffin that had disappeared for a long time had become a legend in the immortal world. Today, he actually saw the reappearance of the immortal burying coffin. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. What? The immortal burying coffin? This woman actually possesses the powerful immortal burying coffin. My God! The famous immortal burying coffin has reappeared in the world. This is something left behind by the great sovereign Zongxian. Who is this woman? How can she control the immortal burying coffin? You should know that a peerless sovereign weapon like the immortal burying coffin has its own spirituality. Even if an ordinary person obtains it, they won't be able to control it, let alone unleash its formidable might. That's great sovereign Zongxian's natal monarch weapon. This woman's identity is definitely not ordinary. I've already said that she must have a strong foundation. Even the immortal burying coffin is willing to let her control it. The reappearance of the immortal burying coffin would definitely cause a huge commotion. Initially, Yan Chenyu didn't intend to expose the immortal burying coffin to the public, but now that a great sovereign had appeared in the immortal court, she had no choice but to expose it. She had to exert a strong deterrent force to prevent the immortal court from taking action against Jiang Chen. Who am I? Can't you guess? Yan Chenyu said coldly. The cold qi around her body was getting denser and denser. Yuan Xiaolei was even more shocked by the fact that she called herself Empress. He knew that this woman was indeed extraordinary. He knitted his brows tightly. The immortal burying coffin was emitting such a dense supreme cold qi. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his mind as he thought of a terrifying figure. Empress Nine Yin. You're the Empress Nine Yin, Yuan Xiaolei exclaimed. The Empress Nine Yin was also a famous figure in the immortal world. Although she wasn't as famous as the immortal execution king and the immortal burying coffin, she was still a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, she was the daughter of the immortal execution king. Just this point alone was enough to make her extraordinary. No, the Empress Nine Yin and great sovereign Batian both fell in the battle in the past. You're the reincarnation of the Empress Nine Yin. Great, I never thought that the Empress Nine Yin would return again. No wonder you're so powerful. The immortal Execution King is your father and the great sovereign Zongxian doted on you the most in the past. No wonder you can control the immortal burying coffin. Yuan Xiaolei finally understood everything. All his doubts were cleared. If there was a woman in this world who could control the immortal burying coffin, then it must be the Empress Nine Yin. However, everyone knew about the fall of the Empress Nine Yin. Therefore, the only explanation was that the woman in front of him was the reincarnation of the Empress Nine Yin. My God! She's actually the reincarnation of the Empress Nine Yin, the daughter of the immortal Execution King and Jiang Chen's woman. She actually has such a great background. No wonder she's so terrifying and can fight against a great sovereign. I really didn't expect that the Empress Nine Yin would appear in this world again. It seems like she has just returned not long ago. Otherwise, her cultivation base wouldn't be just at the immortal venerable realm. Amazing. I'm afraid the immortal court is in trouble now. Even the immortal court wouldn't dare to provoke the Empress Nine Yin easily. After all, she has the immortal Execution King behind her. That's not necessarily true. The immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zongxian have disappeared for a long time. They are very ancient figures and have disappeared from the immortal world long ago. Perhaps they have both fallen. There are also rumors that they have left the immortal world for a higher world. In short, the immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zongxian are no longer in this world. Empress Nine Yin hasn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. Today's matter was full of ups and downs. Even the ancient Empress Nine Yin had appeared with the iconic immortal burying coffin and fought against a half-step sovereign. With the immortal burying coffin in hand, Yuan Xiaolei was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yan Chenyu. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Yuan Xiaolei to snatch away Jiang Chen and Long Shan from Yan Chenyu. Li Wangye, who was standing at the back, broke out in cold sweat. At first, he felt that today was the biggest humiliation of his life. But now, it seemed that being defeated by the Empress Nine Yin wasn't shameful at all. Since you have already guessed my identity, you can leave now. Don't bother Big Brother Chen in the future. Yan Chenyu said. Yuan Xiaolei's face turned extremely ugly. He glanced at Jiang Chen and Long Shan and suddenly felt that these two were very big threats. If they weren't eliminated as soon as possible, they would definitely be a threat to the immortal court in the future. Chapter 1856. After all, the other party was Empress Nine Yin, a name that could scare people to death. No one in the immortal world would dare to disrespect her. But just as Yuan Xiaolei had said, the immortal world today was no longer the same as before. The era of immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zongxian was gone forever. It had been a long time, and too many things had happened. The immortal world had also gone through many changes. Empress Nine Yin had returned, but unfortunately, she was no longer the same Empress Nine Yin. If Yan Chenyu was at her peak in her previous life, even the immortal court would have to submit to her. However, the current Empress Nine Yin hadn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Her greatest reliance was the immortal burying coffin. Moreover, given Yan Chenyu's current cultivation base, she couldn't exert the full power of the coffin. Therefore, after some consideration, Yuan Xiaolei felt that the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the immortal court. Is that so? Then why don't you try? I'd like to see if you can stop the immortal burying coffin. A bone-piercing chill shot out from Yan Chenyu's body. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Jiang Chen today. Humph! Empress Nine Yin, don't go too far. It won't do you any good if we fight to the death. If we really fight here, exquisite paradise will suffer. Plus, given your current cultivation base, you won't be able to exert the full power of the immortal burying coffin. You may not be able to kill me, but the shockwaves from our battle can kill a lot of people. Besides, if this empress is determined to take down Jiang Chen, it won't be difficult for me to take him away during the battle. Yuan Xiaolei coldly snorted. It seemed that he would not give up until he achieved his objective. He indeed did not want to provoke Empress Nine Yin. After all, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. However, if Empress Nine Yin insisted on stopping him, he would definitely make a move. Even if she didn't want to admit it, what Yuan Xiaolei said was the truth. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a first-grade great sovereign, a true great sovereign. If they had a real battle, Yan Chenyu wouldn't be afraid at all. With the immortal burying coffin, she was invincible. However, if Yuan Xiaolei's attention was on Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be difficult for him to bypass her defense and take away Jiang Chen and Long San. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a true immortal sovereign who had mastered the great sovereign law. As for Yan Chenyu, she still needed the immortal burying coffin to fight against a great sovereign. More importantly, if the two great sovereigns were to fight here, the damage to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei didn't say it, Yan Chenyu was well aware of it. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. It seemed like they were about to fall out. The situation of Jiang Chen and Long San had become incomparably dangerous. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Yuan Xiaolei would be so determined to capture him. Even the deterrence of Empress 9 wasn't enough. However, no matter what, Jiang Chen and Long San couldn't follow Yuan Xiaolei to the immortal court. Once they entered the immortal court, they would surely die. If worse comes to worst, they could only escape. But now that they had attracted the attention of a great sovereign, where could they escape to in this vast world? Hong! A surge of tyrannical cold qi rushed out of Yan Chenyu's body once more. Her attitude became even more resolute. Brother Chen is the most important person to me. I won't allow anyone to hurt him. I will protect Brother Chen even if I have to destroy the heaven and earth. Yan Chenyu's words were cold and resolute, as though they came from the depths of the nine nether. It made people's soul tremble, but the impulse to disregard everything for the person she loved was also touching. At this moment, everyone began to feel envious of Jiang Chen. Being able to have a woman who was willing to risk everything for him in this lifetime was a very fortunate thing. Empress 9, don't be stubborn. I've already said that your deterrence isn't enough unless you recover to your peak state. Yuan Xiaolei also raised his powerful qi. It seemed like a battle between great sovereigns was inevitable. The people below began to panic. If this battle were to break out in the sky above exquisite paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if both sides were to start an extraterritorial battlefield, the loss to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Hong Long. Just as the battle was on the verge of breaking out, a loud vibration reverberated from the distant sky. The sound was incomparably loud, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. The void began to heat up. Everyone saw a sea of fire suddenly appearing in the sky above exquisite paradise. At the center of the sea of flames was the image of an enormous golden crow flapping its wings, and it seemed extraordinarily mighty. After that, the golden crow's body shook, and it transformed into a peerlessly beautiful woman. The woman wore a fiery red dress, and she had a profound figure as she flew over on a fiery cloud. An overwhelming qi spread out. The beauty of the woman was comparable to Yan Chenyu. Both of them had different kinds of beauty. One was as cold as a snow lotus, while the other was as enchanting and charming as a ball of fire. Although she looked indifferent, there was a kind of womanly charm in her bones that made people unable to extricate themselves. Sister Ning! Many people exclaimed when they saw the newcomer. The eyes of Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu, Long San, Han Yan, Tyrant, and Yang Bufan lit up. They couldn't restrain the excitement in their hearts. Back in Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu had obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and disappeared. They had never thought that she would appear here today. Judging from her qi, they were afraid that she had already reached the half-step sovereign realm. It seemed like she had completely integrated the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and become the true successor of the Golden Clan. This was truly a joyous occasion. Yuan Xiaolei, who was about to attack, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the newcomer. There were too many changes today. Mysterious figures appeared one after another. First was Empress 9 who controlled the immortal burying coffin, and now, a young half-step sovereign. Although he was only a half-step sovereign, his strength didn't seem to be weaker than Yuan Xiaolei. Empress 9's deterrent force isn't enough. I wonder if the deterrent force of me, the successor of Empress Xiao Yao, will be enough. If that's not enough, what about the deterrent force of the Golden Clan? Chapter 1857. After a series of twists and turns, the sudden appearance of Wu Ningzhu had pushed the situation to another level. The atmosphere became even tenser. It's Wu Ningzhu. She's the one who obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao in the Golden Horizon. I never thought that she would become a mighty half-step sovereign in such a short time. It seems like the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao is very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Empress Xiao Yao is a supreme expert of the Golden Clan, a true peerless great sovereign with illustrious reputation. The person chosen by her naturally won't be ordinary. If I remember correctly, this Wu Ningzhu is also Jiang Chen's woman. This guy is really enviable. He has 2 women by his side. One is the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin, and the other is the inheritor of Empress Xiao Yao. This is going to make all the men in the world jealous. Countless people began to sigh. Apart from marveling at the strength of Wu Ningzhu, they were even more envious of Jiang Chen. It was worth it for a man to live to the extent of Jiang Chen. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what this thing is?" Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything else. With a flip of her palm, the Xiao Yao Qin emerged. No one knew how long it had existed. It was a peerless sovereign weapon from the same era as the immortal burying coffin. The surface of the qin was exuding strong great sovereign law. The fire of sun spread across the surface of the qin, making it look very mystical. Yuan Xiaolei's pupils shrank. Just like how he recognized the immortal burying coffin, he could recognize the Xiao Yao Qin at a glance even if he had never seen it before. Both the immortal burying coffin and the Xiao Yao Qin represented an era. Even though countless years had passed, it was still unforgettable. Successor of Empress Xiao Yao, are you going to interfere in the affairs of our immortal court? Yuan Xiaolei's expression turned a little unsightly. He didn't care about Empress Nine Yin, but he couldn't ignore Empress Xiao Yao. Empress Xiao Yao was the great sovereign of the Golden Clan. No one could forget the contribution that the Golden Clan had made to the immortal world. If this woman only appeared as the successor of Empress Xiao Yao, he might still be able to act arbitrarily. But if she represented the Golden Clan, even he, Yuan Xiaolei, would have to think twice before acting. But in Yuan Xiaolei's view, the Golden Clan had long ceased to exist. I don't care if your immortal court wants to deal with others. But if you want to deal with my man, I won't allow it. Wu Ningzhu was very domineering. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside Jiang Chen. Together with Yan Chenyu, he stood on both sides of Jiang Chen, protecting him firmly. Jiang Chen grinned at Long Shersan and sighed. The feeling of being protected by a woman is truly blissful. Bah! Shameless! Long Shersan retorted snappily. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, but before he could complete the ceremony, it had already become the venue for Jiang Chen to flaunt his love. Jiang Chen is also your man? Yuan Xiaolei's eyes widened. He was about to faint and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was enemies with Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. What an expert! Putting aside the fact that the 2 women in front of him had powerful cultivation base, extraordinary status and distinguished identity, just their appearance alone was enough to make countless women die of depression. Damn it! Damn it! How can there be a man as lucky as Jiang Chen in this world? Getting either one of these girls would be the happiest thing in my life, but this guy actually has both of them at the same time. Furthermore, both of them appeared at the same time to protect him. Damn it, I can't live with this anymore. What do you know? You can only blame your own incompetence. Which woman in this world doesn't want to marry a man like Jiang Chen? Even if they have to sleep with him once, it would be a great gain. That's right, I see that there aren't many women around Jiang Chen. We still have a chance, hee. All the women in Exquisite Paradise were infatuated. This scene made those men who were on the verge of collapse look up to the sky and shout that they couldn't live anymore. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen needed it, all the women in the world would take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. However, after a careful comparison, they also discovered the real gap between them and Jiang Chen. It seemed that those female disciples were right. For an outstanding man like Jiang Chen, only Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu were worthy of him. Elder Yuan, what should we do now? Li Wangya asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen must be eliminated, even if the inheritor of Empress Xiao Yao Qin is here. After all, she's just an inheritor, not the real Empress Xiao Yao. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Yuan Xiaolei's eyes. It seemed that Jiang Chen was also a powerful figure who would do anything to achieve his goal. You too, I advise you to leave now. Jiang Chen has offended the immortal court. He will die sooner or later. What's the use of following him? Today, I must take Jiang Chen away. Yuan Xiaolei said to Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. Old man, you're just a first-grade great sovereign, but you sure have guts. Even if Empress Nine and I can't deter you, do you dare to violate the dignity of the Golden Clan? Even if the sovereign lord of your immortal court comes, I'm afraid that he won't dare to touch the people of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said Lung Lung. Haha, the Golden Clan has been completely annihilated since the ancient war. You're lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and inherit the bloodline of the Golden Clan. I respect the people of the Golden Clan, so I naturally won't touch you, but you're still lacking if you want to deter me with your identity. Yuan Xiaolei burst into laughter. He had made it very clear that he wouldn't harm Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu out of respect for Empress Nine and Empress Xiaoyao, but that didn't stop him from capturing Jiang Chen. What a joke! On what basis do you say that the Golden Clan has been completely annihilated? The means of Golden Sovereign isn't something that you can imagine. I might as well tell you that the immortal world is going to face another catastrophe soon. My Golden Clan will reappear in the world. Jiang Chen is our benefactor. Whoever touches him will be the enemy of the Golden Clan. When the Golden Clan investigates the matter, can a first-grade great sovereign like you bear the consequences? Wu Ningzhu's qi and tone became very sharp. Today, Shi and Yan Chen you were standing here. They wouldn't agree to touch Jiang Chen. What? Chapter 1858. Impossible. This Wu Ningzhu must be bluffing. She wants to use the reputation of the Golden Clan to scare away the great sovereigns of the immortal court. It's hard to say. The Golden Clan is really too terrifying. It's said that when the immortal world was struck by a catastrophe, countless great emperors fell. If it weren't for the Golden Clan, the immortal world would have probably ceased to exist. The Golden Clan saved the entire immortal world. The Golden Great Emperor's means are even more unimaginable. He's a figure from the same era as the immortal Slayer King. He might have left behind a path for the immortal world. What exactly was the catastrophe of the ancient times? I have long heard that many great sovereigns fell during that catastrophe. The Golden Clan became the greatest contributor of the immortal world, but it seems that not many people know what kind of catastrophe it was. Yeah, it was too long ago. We don't know anything about it. Moreover, that catastrophe seemed to have been deliberately sealed off by someone. Not many people know about it. Listening to Wu Ningzhu's tone, it seems that a new catastrophe is coming. Could it be that the immortal world is going to undergo a great change? If the Golden Clan comes back again, the immortal world will definitely be in chaos again. The strength of the Golden Clan is unfathomable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei doesn't give face to Wu Ningzhu and Empress Nine, he wouldn't dare to not give face to the Golden Clan. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Golden Clan was involved in the ancient catastrophe of the immortal world. No one knew if Wu Ningzhu was bluffing, but it was very likely that the Golden Clan would come back again. After all, that clan was too strong. With the ability of the Golden Great Sovereign, he wouldn't let the Golden Clan be completely destroyed. Don't bluff. This isn't a joke. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu with a solemn face. Whether it's a joke or not, you can judge it yourself. My Golden Clan will come back again. Do you think you can fight against the Golden Clan or the Immortal Court? Jiang Chen is the person that the Golden Clan wants to protect. Since you have touched him, be prepared to accept the punishment of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said in a heavy tone. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Moreover, she was the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. She wouldn't lie. Yuan Xiaolei's eyes were extremely bright as he constantly sized up Wu Ningzhu's face. He wanted to see if she was lying, but unfortunately, he was disappointed in the end. Wu Ningzhu's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He couldn't see anything. Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Xiaoyao Zither Empress thought highly of him. His temperament was far beyond that of an ordinary young man. Elder Yuan, in my opinion, it's better to believe in this matter than to not believe in it. Li Wangye said in a low voice. You're right. The Golden Sovereign's means are heaven-defying. He might have really left a way out for the Golden Clan. If the Golden Clan really appears and we insist on taking them away in front of so many people, it won't be good if the Golden Clan comes looking for trouble. Yuan Xiaolei nodded. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Jiang Chen continue to grow? Li Wangye said unwillingly. That's impossible. He has killed so many people of our immortal court. Today, he has made us lose face. Moreover, This person has great potential and must be eliminated. However, we can't do it today. Let's find another opportunity to kill Jiang Chen in the future. We can't leave any evidence behind, Yuan Xiaolei said. He was a very shrewd person and knew how powerful the Golden Clan was. If they provoked the Golden Clan because of Jiang Chen, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, they still had to kill Jiang Chen. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiang Chen in the future. Although Jiang Chen's growth was very fast, he was still very weak compared to the Immortal Court. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a big threat to the Immortal Court in the near future. Let's go. Yuan Xiaolei didn't continue to stay here. Since he had made up his mind, there was no point in staying here any longer. He immediately left with Li Wangye. It could be seen that Yuan Xiaolei was also full of helplessness when he left. The dual deterrence of Empress Nainin and Empress Xiao Yao didn't affect his determination to capture Jiang Chen, but the deterrence of the Golden Clan was enough. Even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing Yuan Xiaolei and Li Wangye leaving, everyone in Exquisite Paradise heaved a sigh of relief. Monkey, it seems like the wedding ceremony can continue. Jiang Chen patted Monkey's shoulder. Master Monkey can't wait any longer. Seeing the three of you showing off your affection in front of me, I'm holding myself back from slapping you. Long Shersan's body flickered and flew towards the high platform where the wedding ceremony took place. In the sky, Wu Ningzhu kept her Xiao Yao Qin and her Qi. Sister Ning, you finally came out. I almost laughed myself to death. Quick, let me give you a hug. After saying that, Jiang Chen extended both of his arms and tried to hug Wu Ningzhu, but Yan Chenyu grabbed his ear and pulled him back. I say, Brother Chen, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Yan Chenyu tightened her grip once more. Ouch. Xiao Yu, let go of my hand. I won't do it again. Jiang Chen begged for mercy. Sister Xiao Yu, this guy has found another Yan Qingqing behind our backs. Today, we sisters will teach him a lesson. Anyway, our cultivation base is stronger than his. He won't be able to resist. Wu Ningzhu said, then grabbed Jiang Chen's other ear. Fuck. Jiang Chen felt his ears buzzing. His whole body felt unwell. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. What happened to the public display of affection? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Shouldn't we show some affection? What kind of logic is this? You even said that my cultivation base is weaker than yours, so I can beat you up. Oh my, even if my cultivation base is stronger than yours, I don't think I dare to fight back. Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu grabbed Jiang Chen's ears, and disappeared from everyone's sight amidst Jiang Chen's painful wails and continuous begging. Miserable, so miserable. It seems that having too many wives isn't a good thing. Amitba, this kind of scene is really harmful to a monk. Han Yen and Yang Bufan were gloating as they watched Jiang Chen being taught a lesson. They couldn't help in this kind of couple's domestic affairs. Moreover, they didn't want to help at all. It was already a great pity that they didn't record the scene of Jiang Chen being beaten. Kaka, did you see that? This is called showing affection. You die quickly. Brother, take care. Long Shersan laughed and waved his hand at Jiang Chen's back. He was gloating. Slap. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice faded, he felt a pain in his ear. A powerful hand had grabbed his ear. Why don't you tell me what showing affection means? You're delaying this old lady's wedding ceremony. How dare you still smile here? Lan Lingji said with a fierce face. She didn't relax her grip at all. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.